Well, good morning, El Dorado County. It is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023, and we have a full house today. It is our pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And this morning is one of our very favorite times of the whole year where we have the Sage Map Contest winners. So welcome. We're delighted you're here. We have a few orders of business to take care of, but then we'll jump into the heart of the morning. So we're excited about that, excited to have you here. And we always start off with an invocation. Do we have Chaplain Vanderpool with us? I'm so
Right
I
there.
didn't see you with all the kids, Betsy. Good morning. Please come forward and lead us off in a great way to start our day. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Would you please join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for the opportunity that we have to serve our great county. Thanks for the opportunity we have to lead, which is also service. And Lord, I thank you for the generations of leaders in the room. I pray for each one of us that we would lead with integrity of heart and with skillful hands. And God, give us perspective so that what we do today has the impact for the future. That will just make this county even better for those who are following us. We ask these things in your strong and mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Vanderpool. Really appreciate you being with us. And with that, Supervisor Heidel, would you lead us in the Pledge of
Certainly.
Allegiance?
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. Wow, I love that. That was awesome.
That was the best.
What a way
Allegiance.
to start our day.
This year is
Yeah.
the best.
That was the best. Absolutely.
That was awesome. That made our day.
We should have them come every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you guys busy
Can you
with
come
the
back next
Tuesday?
week?
That was awesome. All right. Now we have the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Supervisor Lane, do you have any changes? Or
I do not.
comments?
Nope. I'm good.
Supervisor
Thank you.
Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to, no changes, but I want to speak on item 9.
Sure.
Okay, and basically item 9 is a bill that's proposed by Jim Patterson to do away with solar requirements for the people that were impacted by the Caldor fire and the mosquito fire, but also impacted by all the fires in the state of California. So this is a big issue because it's anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 to put solar on these houses, and they didn't have it prior to these fires. So we toured Grizzly Flat, Joe Patterson and I, we talked about it. I can't write a bill, but I can push a bill. And actually he worked with Jim Patterson to bring this bill, and it will be coming forward to the assembly here pretty soon. So anyway.
Good work on this.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yep.
excellent. Thank you so much. Supervisor Harlan.
No changes.
All right, wonderful. And I don't have any changes either. And so Kim, can we have public comments on the consent calendar? And just as a reminder, if you'd like to speak on the consent calendar, please let us know which item you are making your comments about. Thank you, Kim.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning. And thank you for looking at me, Kim. Sometimes I miss this. It's slow. So I'm addressing item 5. This is the conclusion of a long and robust debate. And I had the privilege of listening to the videos from 2017, especially Supervisor Heidel, who was with us all that time. And a piece of it was KISS. And I don't like KISS the normal way. I just like keep it, short and smart.
Okay.
And so I'm urging you to take a look at your language and make it short and smart. From my perception, if you insert all in it where it says between residents and visitors, just insert all. Please take out the government code section. I don't think that belongs in this section. You know, there's other places it can belong, but most people, except for us civics nerds, kind of space out. And I don't even think you need all the special classes because there's a long, long list that would apply to this section about the idea of mutual respect and, as said in 2017, civility. And so I just think keep it simple, put in all and take out the extra verbiage. I'm not happy, and that's okay. We all, taking a note from Supervisor Thomas, let's be optimistic. Let's figure out how to go forward. And so optimistically, you have now put it in your governance handbook. So this is about good governance, and you have many points in there about values and purpose and unity. This was a 3-2 decision. So it didn't embody the unity that I saw in the past. And there's ways to fix that. One supervisor can have a group committed to looking it over. I also got to listen to your last meeting because I wasn't here. And I loved the whole conversation about vacation rentals and how Supervisor Lane can operationalize that. So I think any of you can operationalize how do we try to build the unity. In 2017, a lot of painful stories were shared that hasn't changed. And so as a policy board, I respectfully disagree with Supervisor Thomas. The buck's not going to stop with you if you don't operationalize it. And so that's what I urge you to bring this back with ideas on how to operationalize it. Thank you for taking my input.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them. Anyone else on the consent calendar? Come on down. Good morning, Julie.
Morning, I'm Julie Robinson, and I'm happy to see that the board is committing to tolerance, mutual respect, and fostering peaceful relations between residents and visitors of different races, religions, and national origins. And I encourage you all to walk that talk. Let's see aggressive rejection of racist symbols. Let's see a modeling honest outcry at anti-Semitic graffiti in El Dorado Hills. Some action ideas. Consider setting up an anonymous county tip line so people could report their experiences of racism. Then you could be more aware of the problem. Information from that could be shared with school districts so that racism causes less harm to our children. I believe there are DEI grants that could fund such. And if you really want Black visitors to stop in our capital seat, Placerville, we need to stop with the Hangtown this and the Hangtown that signs. Did you know there's one at every entrance to the historic part of the city? These hanging references are interpreted as dog whistles from white racists to Black people, sending the message, don't enter here. These intimidation tools are seen as deliberate and continue a whites-only segregationist town. I heard it said that George the Hanging Dummy is a sign, a historical marker. I know that Placerville City Council has jurisdiction over all city signs. Seems an easy thing for them to outlaw all racist illegal signs. If you mean this human rights statement, then show the world that you do respect Black and Brown people's needs. Please consider supporting the Placerville City Council to stand by their anti-racism resolution and end our county's display of racist symbolism. Diversity, justice, inclusion are great values that lead to thriving communities. I believe the USA is great because of our melding of so many cultures and ideas. And we see over and over in the news, Proud Boy and white nationalistic right-wing death squad signs, that mentality that causes mass shooter and car and crowd events. Please make extremism not comfortable here for all of our peace and well-being. I applaud this statement and look forward to seeing act on these words for a deeper level of care for a greater community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the consent calendar? Let's go online then, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our online Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Good morning, Dawn.
Good morning, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park, and just a very brief comment regarding item 5. I liked what Leo said about operationalizing it. I just found out very recently that I was apparently going to be a grandmother. I'm still processing.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The mother, my son's girlfriend is Asian, and given all the anti-Asian hate in the wake of COVID, I just wonder, if she runs into some kind of an incident in our county, how does this help her deal with it? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Congratulations again.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you for your public comments, and we will bring this back to the board for action. What is the will of the board on the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. All right. Well, that finishes the business portion of our morning. So thank you all for bearing with us on that. And now we move on to the fun stuff. So item number 21, Kim, if you'd like to call that.
Item number 21 comes from the Board of Supervisors presenting awards to the winners of the 28th Annual Student Map Drawing Contest hosted by the county and sponsored by the local organization of professional surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers.
So we have our surveyor with us this morning. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Livingston, Ms. Smith. I'm here to ring in I believe it's the 29th. I'm not
Wow.
100% sure, but I think it is the 29th. Sage Map Contest. It's something that the survey department hosts every year. It's put on by the Resource Conservation District and is sponsored by Sage of El Dorado County. And it's a good time, and we really enjoy putting up all these maps every year and seeing all the kids participate in something that, of course, we love as surveyors, mapping. So without further ado, here's a representative from Sage to shoot it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you for being with us.
Good morning. My name is Justin Cisneros, and I'm the current president-elect of SAGE, which stands for Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers. We are a local professional organization within El Dorado County and are celebrating our 50th year. The purpose and objective of SAGE is to provide and share technical expertise of our members with the community. In addition, we work with the public agencies and community leaders regarding public interest as it relates to land surveying, architecture, geology, and engineering. Additionally, SAGE provides a service to the youth of our community by sponsoring and hosting the annual Student Map Contest. Over the past 29 years, SAGE has donated over $70,000 in awards and prizes to the top student artists who participate in the county-wide annual contest. SAGE would like to thank the County Surveyor's Office, RCD, the Board of Supervisors, and volunteers for the continued effort in this community event. This year's contest had over 300 map entries by students ranging from kindergarten to 12th grade. Judging was based on a criteria specific to each grade level and completed by volunteers. Today, we are here once again to acknowledge the effort put forth. Please join SAGE in the County of El Dorado in celebrating this year's map contest winners.
Oh, congratulations, and thank you for being a host of this. And like I said, this is always one of our very favorite events. And having a chance to look at these, the diversity of the maps are just incredible. What you choose to study and celebrate and depict, that's sometimes my favorite part, from ghost towns to the castles of Romania to a map of your school. It's just amazing the creativity that you bring to this. So it's our honor to congratulate you as the award winners for a contest of over 300 participants. I mean, that's phenomenal. So how this day is going to work is we're going to divide up among our supervisor districts. And just as a heads up, the 5 of us are the county supervisors, and we're each elected to represent a district. So Supervisor Heidel is going to start us off. And when you start, introduce yourself as to where you're from and to what you represent. So I'm going to have you do kindergarten and first grade. Supervisor Turnbull, District 2, will do second and third grade. Supervisor Parlin will present fourth and fifth grade. And then Supervisor Lane will do sixth grade and seventh grade. And then I will finish them off. And so no further ado.
Yes.
Supervisor Heidel, start us off.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. Yeah, so I'm John Heidel. I'm District 1 Supervisor, which is 75% of El Dorado Hills. El Dorado Hills has a population of 50,000 people now, so it's kind of divided into 3 districts, but primarily 2, District 1 and District 2. So I want to welcome you here this morning. And thanks to all the participants who put together their best concepts, their best effort to prepare these maps. So we want to welcome you, and we're going to go ahead and do the awards at this point. So it is my distinct pleasure to start out with the kindergartners. And I would like to announce the second place winner, Adeline Vogel from Camino Polytechnic. Adeline, are you here? Would you please come forward? Please come forward, Adeline. Just come up to here. Wow, you're looking cute this morning, I'll tell you. Nice. Can you tell us which one is your map and a little bit about the map? How did you choose your theme? Go ahead.
Mine's the one at the top.
Yep.
And I did my home and my house.
So you did a map of your home and your house. Beautiful job, because we can see dining room, garage, kitchen, living room, bathroom, everything associated with your home and your house is on there, right? Excellent work. So we're going to go ahead and bring forward then the first place winner, and then we'll go ahead and award the winners by class. So, so the first place for the kindergarten goes to Clayton Stiegel. Clayton, are you here? All right. So receiving the award for Clayton. Yeah. Okay, will you just briefly describe his?
This is our house. We live in Coloma, and he goes to Sutter's Mill, so this is his house.
Excellent. So again, a map of his home, and we see all kinds of great things going on in there. And obviously we've got a little compass over here that shows north, south, east, and west. Our SAGE group will appreciate that, right? Because we always have to have proper orientation, particularly if you're surveying. So very well done. So with that, we'll go ahead and make the awards then. So second place first, that goes to Adeline. Thank you again, Adeline. And then the first place award will go to Clayton. All right, thank you. Very good. So we'll move on to first grade. And our third place award winner is Natalia Gomez. Natalia, are you here? And Natalia is from Sutter's Mill School. In fact, all 3 awards were for Sutter's Mill School in this first grade category. So would you please explain to us what you did with your map?
I did it of Sutter's Mill and all of the classes, and it's of our school.
Excellent. So is this yours? This one up here. Okay, Sutter Mill School. So we see the playground, we see welcome to our school, the office, the library, all the important things of the school, right? Very good. Well, congratulations. You're our third place winner. So if you just step down there, we'll have the other 2 recipients come forward and we'll make this all come together here. So second place goes to Ava Roberts, again from Sutter's Mill. So Ava, tell us about your map.
This is the whole school, and I like the MP room because I made it rainbow, and I do everything on our whole school.
Excellent. I like the rainbow theme on it. Yeah, that's great. Are there any unicorns in there? No unicorns, just rainbows. All right, I love it. I love it. Okay. And then our first place winner is Piper Grossman from Sutter's Mill. Piper. This is a run, Sutter's Mill all the way through here. So yeah. So Piper, please come forward and tell us about your map.
This is my map and it's about a school. I go to Suttersville.
Did you have a favorite room? I see some rainbow colors over here. What is this?
It's an MP room.
MP room. All right. It seems to be a popular place, right? So what does MP stand for?
Multi-purpose.
Excellent. All right. Very good. So if you come down here, ladies, we'll go ahead and make your awards. First of all, third place goes to Natalia. Wait. You have to come back. You have to come back.
And you know
We've
what?
got
John-
medals for you.
John, if we do them in front of the podium, then we can get them on the video screen.
Okay.
Maybe
All right.
have the
All right.
the awards given out here, because otherwise the online viewers can't see
see
the
'em, yeah.
action.
Okay. All right. So I'm done. So we'll
Okay,
continue
so
from
we
here.
just
But yeah.
realized this.
And you said we were going to take photo ops afterwards, right? So we'll get all the kids up for.
Maybe have each class come right here from the podium.
All right.
And
So anticipate that. Don't run away. We
That's
got to get a
right.
photo.
that way parents can get it.
Very good. Congratulations again, ladies.
John, why don't you lead them right down here? In front of
Okay,
the
let's go
podium?
down in front of the podium so
Thank you.
everybody can see you. That way the camera will pick you up.
There we go. And then
There you go.
There you go. Perfect.
Again, congratulations.
well done, ladies. Congratulations. Well done, Supervisor Heidel. Thank you for leading us off.
That's on, so.
It's on? Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm George Turnbull. I'm the District 2 Supervisor, which is all South County, which is from El Dorado Hills to Grizzly Flat and kind of beyond. So anyway, so I'm going to announce second grade. And there's actually a tie for second with three of the students. So Wes Walker, please come up. Hi. You want me to go ahead and explain your map?
I did this map. It's my property.
So it looks like you got your grandparents' house, right?
Yeah,
Then your house.
yeah.
This is your tree house.
Well, it's my sister's
Your
and
sister.
Yeah.
And then this is, you got the woodshed.
Yeah.
right? Okay. All right, and there's the barn.
yeah,
Okay. The garage.
yeah.
Okay. And what's this here?
Police house.
Oh, okay. And then you have the chicken coop.
Yeah.
And then grass and trees, and there's the driveway.
Yeah,
Awesome. Beautiful. Oh, and there's the garden.
yeah.
Cool. Thank you. And then stay right here. Stay right here. Okay, so can I have Leanne Romney come up, please? Can you explain a little bit on your map here? Where's yours?
I did my favorite things to do at home. I
Uh-huh.
like building Legos, playing with toys, reading, playing the trampoline, playing video games, playing Roblox, and all that stuff. And I did my sister's room, the bathroom, my mom and dad's bathroom, and the garage is right there.
Right there?
Yeah,
Okay. Awesome.
and we have a pool.
Uh-huh.
and
So this is your swimming pool here?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is, where's your sister's room here?
That's my sister.
That's your sister's room. Okay. Cool. Very good. Awesome job. Awesome job. All right. Can I get Diana Valdorf to come up, please? Can you talk a little bit about your map? There you go.
I did a map about my property
Okay. So where's it at?
right here.
Oh, right here. Can you explain a little bit?
Well, there's my garden, my chicken coop, my pond,
Uh-huh.
and my swings.
Oh, this is your swing? Awesome.
Yeah, I have
Cool.
lots.
And what are these? Oh, just your garden bed here, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And this here, this is your house, your
Uh-huh.
home? Okay. Very, very good. Very good. Very nice. Very nice. So you can stand right over there. Okay. So now our first place winner is Neil Jamera. Hi, how are you? Can you explain a little bit on your map? Here you go.
My map was Oak Meadow Elementary School. I drew all my buildings, and this is my
This is your map?
yeah. That's my map.
Wow. So explain a little bit, all the different buildings. And this one?
The E building is where the third graders are.
Uh-huh.
That G building is my
Oh, is this
classroom.
Your classroom? This one?
I think that one's the fourth graders.
Fourth graders?
And the one near the admin is the class right here is fifth graders.
Fifth graders?
That's the gym and multi-purpose room.
Oh, and this one? Kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Very nice. Very nice. Good job. Very nice. You can stand right here. So we'll lead you down there, stand in front of the podium here. Very good. Awesome job. Yeah, they put a lot of thought in their maps, so give them a good hand. Now we're going to move on to third grade. So third place winner, Grant Seckington. How you doing, Grant? Can you explain your map? Here.
My map is this one.
Okay.
It is of skiing resorts in Tahoe Basin. And I really like to ski, so I made this map.
So where's your favorite place to ski?
That it's classified information.
There you go. That's very good. Very good. So you got Heavenly
Yep.
Valley here, right? Diamond Peak,
Yep.
Mount Rose,
Yep.
North Star,
Mm-hmm.
okay, Palisades, Tahoe, Homewood. Okay, awesome. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Did a good job. So stand right over here. So Logan Neal, our second place winner. Come on up. So you want us to show your map and then explain a little bit about it? Oh, this one here? Here you go.
I picked top 5 favorite places in Placerville.
Oh, awesome.
There's
Can you explain a little bit?
yeah, the ones with the fish on them is the aquatic center. The brown one with the graves are the cemeteries.
Uh-huh.
The H is the hospital, and the museum looking ones are the museums. The fork and spoon is the restaurants, and the trees are the parks.
Cool. Very good. I see Lions Park's here.
Uh-huh.
You got Rotary Park.
Yep.
And you got the city pool,
Mhm.
which is really good. And Buttercup Pantry, huh?
Yeah.
Gotta have breakfast.
And then Gold Bug Park.
Yep.
Which is, I love visiting that. It's a lot of history right there. It really is. So that's really awesome.
Thanks.
Very good. Good job. Thank you. Come on down here. And our first place is Ruby Fortin. So you want to talk about your meal? Your map? Here you go.
My map is this map, and it is well, in my opinion, the most beautiful waterfalls in El Dorado County. And yeah, so I have my key and then my map scale. And this is University Falls. This is Horsetail Falls. This is Bassy Falls. This is Rock Creek Falls. This is Bridal Veil Falls. And this is Sly Park Falls.
Oh, very good. Good job. That's awesome. Have you ever hiked up on Horsetail Falls? Have you ever hiked that? You have to hike that. It's beautiful. It really is. It's a long walk up there too. I don't think I could make it today. Trust me. Anyway, so it's very good. Very good job. Awesome. Enjoy it. I like the Sly Park Falls and stuff. Have you walked around Sly Park Lake before? You have? Oh, good. Good for you. Anyway, congratulations. So all these are from Sutter's Mill.
Right. Another run.
Hey, come on down here. Give him a hand.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome job. Awesome job.
There we go.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
Love it.
very special.
Thank you, Supervisor Timber. Well done. Well, this is
Step
exciting.
right up, Lori. Your turn.
Okay. The fun continues. Yes.
All right, I'm Lori Parlin, District 4 Supervisor, which is the North County. It is a huge district. I wish we had a map of it to show you, right? But I have Shingle Springs, a little bit of El Dorado Hills, a little bit of Cameron Park, then we go up to Coloma, Rescue, Cool, Pilot Hill. I could go on Georgetown and a little bit of Quintet, and it's a big district. And two of the schools that are really well represented are in my district. So good job, you guys. So we'll start off fourth grade from Gold Trail School in third place, Kylie Stiegel. All right, where's your map, Kylie?
Destinations in California.
Very nice. Let's see. Which one did you have a favorite out of these destinations?
Disneyland.
Disneyland, favorite destination. And what's the information? Oh, history on each of these locations. What's your favorite part of Disneyland?
Well, it's not on here, but my favorite part is one of the rides, the Incredicoaster.
Oh, very nice. I have not been to Disneyland in a long time. I'm not familiar, but now I have somewhere I need to go when I do go. So very good. Thank you. All right, come on over this way. And next we'll bring up, and stay right there. That's a good spot. From Canino Polytechnic in second place, Ariana Lupoga. Is that correct? Ariana, do you want to help me say your last name correctly? Lapuga. I was close. Good job. And which map is yours? Oh, very nice. I was noticing from afar, your map has a lot of texture. You want to tell us about it?
Well, the darker places are the mountains. There's the desert.
And what's the big theme I see there? The gold discovery?
Yeah, it's the gold discovery.
Uh-huh. Oh, was there a reason you chose that to do gold discovery?
Yeah. I thought it was kind of interesting to have all the gold everywhere.
Yeah, I like it. There's a lot of glitter on this map, which I'm attracted to glitter, so I love this. Very nice, very good. Have you been to some of these places that are on your map?
I don't think so.
No? Okay, well, now you have a to-do list, a bucket list of places to go. How's that? All right, very good. Congratulations. Wait over here with Heidi. Okay. And then from Schnell School, first place, Hayden Owen. Oh, did Hayden not make it today? Doesn't look like it. Okay, well then we'll go over here and we'll get you guys over to the podium here and we'll get your awards. All right, very good. Thank you. So now we'll move on to 5th grade and oh, there's a tie for 3rd place. Everyone in the 5th grade, the winners are all from Gold Trail School.
Wow.
Way to represent. So we'll start off. One of the ties for 3rd place is Sophia Gonzalez. Hey, Sophia, which map is yours? Oh, very nice. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
It was about state flowers and
Oh, state flowers. Did you have to do a lot of research for this or did you know a lot of it?
yes, I had to do a lot of
A lot of
research.
research, yeah. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was fun.
Very good. Love it. Oh, they're beautiful. When you guys have a moment, come check out these. They're beautiful drawings of the flowers. Did you have a favorite?
Why?
Hawaii's flower is the yellow hibiscus. It's beautiful. So very good. All right. Congratulations. And then also tied for 3rd place. Are you good? Is Avery Isagar. Hey, Ray, which map is yours? Oh, very nice. All right, you want to tell us about it?
I like animals, so I did the US state animals, but it wasn't enough. So I did the climate and temperatures. The blue ones are with range of 40 and under. And the orange is 50 to 65. And hot is 66 and up. And then I also did the mountains and trees and plains.
Very nice. Did you enjoy this project? It looks like I can tell by your face you enjoyed it. Nice, very good. And her key to the map explains it all very nicely. I saw you were reading from it. It's easy to understand. So congratulations, good job. Okay, in 2nd place is Isaac Abbott. Trying to guess which one is yours. Oh, very nice. Tell everybody the title of this map and why.
The silliest sport team names of the United States. Because I tried to pick the funniest names of each state, what the funniest names were. The Santa Cruz banana slugs or
That's a funny. Uh-oh, any alumni? Yeah, we got some alumni. So this is an interesting topic. Did it take you a lot of research to look into it? And
yes.
because you've got some college, some professional sports, all kinds, huh?
Yes.
Very good. Did you have a favorite one that, when you were doing this, you're
Yes.
finding? What was your
This
favorite?
one was my favorite.
Tell everybody what that is.
That's the Armadillo sod poodles.
And what kind of team is that?
I think they're a baseball team
Baseball.
or a basketball team. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
well, you know what? They do have a funny name, so that's the whole theme. That's all that matters, right? All right, very good. Congratulations. And then in first place, we have Jacob Neal. And I see another sports themed map. Yes? Tell everybody about your map.
So my maps, so like favorite MLB teams by county. So like this is like, for example, the Giants, and this is every MLB baseball team.
Oh, so you did research to find out like the favorite in,
yeah,
in
like-
a region kind
yeah.
of area. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't pick up on that right away. So, well, of course, San Francisco Giants, of course, in our area. What is your favorite team?
The A's, the Oakland A's.
Oh, you're this little tiny piece representing right there, that tiny spot. Very good. Did you enjoy making this map?
I love, yeah.
Very good. Congratulations. All right. You guys will all come on over to the podium there. And
So Supervisor Parlin, that's where I went to school, was at Gold Trail.
yes, Gold Trail. Yes. I believe former Supervisor Veerkamp also went to Gold Trail, I believe.
That's right.
Yep. So you Gold Trail kids could be a county supervisor someday. No,
Yeah, there you go.
just kidding.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Our CAO did too.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. Yes. We'll give you all our bios on where we went to school. All right, who's up next?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pressure. I always have to go after Supervisor Parlin. Pressure, pressure. Okay, so I'm going to be doing the 6th and 7th grade. So in third place, there was a tie. We have Vivian Curry from Camino School and Malia Sargiotto from Camarado Springs. Come forward, both of you.
Shifting back and forth.
Yeah, we'll move that.
Okay, Malia is with us. So Malia, could you show us your map and give us a little explanation of how you chose it?
My map is the most popular foods of North America, and each country has like a line to the box of their most popular food.
Wow, nice. Which one is your favorite?
United States of
United
America.
States. What is that?
Burger, fries, and a milkshake.
Burger, fries, and a milkshake. Doesn't get more American than that, huh? Nice job. Thank you. Congratulations. You can stay up here with me. Just stay right here. Okay, in second place, we have from Camarada Springs as well, Elliot Mullen. Notice as the students get older, they come up a little bit slower. Notice the kindergartners running up here. Congratulations. Which map is yours? Oh, beautiful. United Flowers of America.
I chose it because I really like flowers and I like drawing them. And this one's my favorite.
Alaska is your favorite. And what is the flower in Alaska?
It is forget-me-not.
Forget-me-nots. Wonderful. Well, nice job. Congratulations. And then first place in this category, also from Camarada Springs, is Ben Shikolnik. Ben. Congratulations. I saw you sitting right there in the front row. Your dad was very proud of you. I could tell. Congratulations. Tell me a little bit about your map.
This is my map right here. I decided to do inventions of the world because I thought it was an interesting topic. Last time I did this, I did flowers, and I wanted to switch things around a bit.
Great. So tell us a little bit about what your favorite invention was and why.
It was probably the airplane because I really like airplanes, and my dad's a pilot, and yeah.
So do you think that that's maybe in a career for you sometime?
Not necessarily a career, but a hobby, maybe.
And what career are you thinking about?
Not sure, really.
Actually, that's a good thing. And you shouldn't make up your mind until you're at least in college. So congratulations. These are our 5th grade or 6th grade winners. Congratulations to all of you. Do you want to come down here and have a photo taken? That's the dad I was referring to. Okay, congratulations. We'll move on to 7th grade now, and the 3rd place winner from Marina Village is Alyssa Ulrich. Alyssa, are you here? Here you are. Congratulations. Which map is yours, and can you explain a little bit of it?
I did this because I wanted to like show the places that I thought would be fun to go to, like the Great Wall of China and the pyramids.
And you covered the whole world. You've got everyone up here. Have you visited any of these?
Sadly, no, but I really did want to visit the Great Wall of
The
China.
Great Wall of China.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I hope you get there soon. Congratulations. Stay right here. Okay, we have our 2nd place winner in the 7th grade category from Valley View Charter, Matthew McDonald. You're in 7th grade and you're taller than I am.
So my one is this right here, titled Land Ruled by Greeks. It shows basically the entirety of the land in the world ruled by Greek kingdoms. And yeah, I chose this map because I'm part Greek myself and wanted to show part of my culture on here. Here I have some famous Greek heroes. Obviously, I couldn't list all of them because we would be here all day.
Right.
I have landmarks ruled by Greeks, or landmarks built by Greeks throughout the world, some facts, and a map of modern Greece, along with the key and some cities.
Fabulous. And where is your family's roots?
My family's based around southern Greece, like the Peloponnese, Attica, and Crete. And I guess a few other places. But yeah.
Well, fantastic job. I could just stand here and learn a bunch of stuff.
Oh, thanks.
So thank you. Good job. Okay, and so 1st place in the 7th grade category is Valley View Charter also. And we've got Terse Upchurch, Tice. It even says Tice on my paper right there. Sorry. Congratulations. Tell us about your map.
So my map is titled Records of the World. I have a map of the whole world with a bunch of Guinness World Records. I have 2 from each continent. And I also decided to color each country with their flag.
Wow. That is fascinating. Good job. What do you think is the most interesting
Uh,
of all the records of the world?
Definitely the oldest person to begin elementary school. He's 84 years old.
It's never too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Congratulations to all three of you. And would you like to step over here and get your award and have a picture taken?
All right, well, well done, everyone. My goodness. Thank you, Supervisor Lane. And good morning. My name is Wendy Thomas, and I am the proud representative of District 3, and that includes Placerville, Diamond Springs, El Dorado, and Camino. So I represent the heart of El Dorado County. And it'll be my privilege to present our 8th grade winners first. So with that, we have a first, second, and third. And for third place, I'd like to welcome up to the stage or the platform, Aradrika Paul. Come on up. Did I get your first name correct? How do you present your first name?
Aradrika.
Ara, perfect.
there you
Well,
go.
well done, Ara. So which one is yours? And all right, so tell us about your America's tallest roller coasters. Actually, turn around here so we can, yeah, there you go. All right.
It's about the world's tallest roller, or America's tallest roller coasters.
And so, wow, how did you research that?
Google.
Awesome. So what is the tallest one in America?
It's the one in New Jersey over there.
And what's it called?
Oh, the King the Ka. It's this one right there.
Okay, and how do you know how tall it is?
Wait. I don't think I listed it.
Well, the tallest one is what?
It's 400 like plus.
Over 400 feet. I can't even put that into context, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to ride it. I don't know. What's your favorite roller coaster?
I don't like roller coasters. I'm scared.
Me neither. So how did you choose this? Maybe what rides you don't want to go on in America, maybe?
Yeah, I guess. But my friend she recommended it to me because we were doing it in class as a project.
Well done. And you are from Valley View Charter. So congratulations. That's fascinating. Wonderful. All right. So we'll let you go right here and hold on. The second place winner from 8th grade is Priya Abbott from Gold Trail. Come on down. Congratulations, Priya. And which map is yours?
This one's my map.
All right,
That one.
come on over here and tell us about your map.
So my map is titled The United Swifties of America. It's the favorite Taylor Swift album by state.
Okay, now that's totally cool. I wasn't quite sure what this referred to. By state. All right, tell us a little more about it.
My favorite album on here is Folklore, which is the gray one, which a lot of America likes. But
Oh, I see. So this is representing which albums are the favorite in states. Okay, question. How in the world did you figure that out?
Google.
Really? Google has everything. I wouldn't known. Wow. And I love for those of you that can't see back here, she's actually illustrated the album covers that are just beautiful. Wow. Do you take art classes?
Nope.
Well, you should, because these are really beautiful. And so the different colors represent, let's see.
The state's favorite Taylor Swift album measured by record sales.
So you have another metric on here. Wow, that's fantastic. Well, congratulations on the second place winner for 8th grade. That's beautiful. Well done, Priya. And so the first place winner for 8th grade is Lottie Bosher from Marina Village. Come on down, Lottie. You've been here before. You were here last year, I remember. So welcome, Lottie. So which one is yours?
This is my map. It's the oldest colleges and their notable alumni in each state. And I got the idea from my sister, who is going to be a high school junior next year. And she was making her list of colleges that she wanted to apply to. So I thought, why not make it into my theme? And then I researched their most notable alumni. For example, in California, the oldest college is Santa Clara University, and Gavin Newsom went there.
Wow, that's fascinating. So what was your favorite college up here, or potential favorite college?
Probably Santa Clara University because it's local.
And have you been there before?
Yeah, we visited it before.
It's a gorgeous campus, isn't it? Yeah, I know many people that went there. Wow, this is quite remarkable. And who's your favorite person up here that you researched?
I think Barack Obama was on several lists of colleges. He was probably up there twice. So.
Well, and your illustrations are just beautiful. So, oldest colleges and their notable alumni. Don't you just love the diversity of what these students have depicted? You know, we think of a map and just, a road, but these students show you can depict anything and study anything. And it's just gives us a fascinating insight into the world. So congratulations to our 8th grade winners. I'll let you go on down to the podium for a photo op. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. Well done. All right. We only have one 9th grade winner, and we have a first place winner, of course, from Oak Ridge. So Jolene Barrendell, come on down, Jolene. Oh. Hi, good morning.
Actually, my daughter's in school today. So
that's probably why she's a winner.
Right. I was born in Romania, and last year I decided to take her to Romania, and we visited almost, a lot of the Romanias. So when we saw the castles, we decided let's go to visit some castles. So 3 of the castles we've seen, and then she decided to do the map of the castles of Romania.
You need to all come see this. This is truly beautiful. Her depiction of the illustration of these castles, and castles are not an easy thing to depict. It's absolutely beautiful. And the depiction of the forest and the land is just gorgeous too. Which one was her favorite castle?
It's the city that I was born in, the one at the top, Corvin Castle.
So the Corvin Castle was built in the 14th century as one of the 7th wonders of Romania. Wow. Located in, how do you pronounce that?
Hunedoara.
Oh, that's gorgeous. This Transylvanian castle, that's very, very cool. Once held via the Impaler as a prisoner. Now that's very cool. What an amazing experience with your daughter too. Now you were born there? Wow. Well, please give Jillian and how do you say your last name?
Berende.
Berende. Okay. Please give Jillian our best and congratulate her. It's absolutely beautiful. So thank you so much. And we'll give you her ribbon to take back with you. Thanks for being with us. All right, now we move on to 10th grade, and this we have one 10th grade winner again. It is a first place winner. So Ariana Thacker, please come on down, Ariana. It's so good to see you again. Welcome. All right, so ghost towns of, please tell us all about it.
I chose to do my topic on ghost towns around the world. I found cities that were abandoned for different reasons. They were economically didn't struggle. They were either polluted. There was just so many different reasons behind all of them. And it was fun. It was kind of hard to find cities in certain areas, like there's only one in Africa, but
This is absolutely beautiful. So these were towns that were abandoned, like around the world. That's incredible. And she has a description of them. What was your favorite, or what one intrigued you the most?
in Thailand, there was a water park that was actually abandoned. It was still fully built. So right now it's just filled with water and crocodiles.
Well, of course it is. That sounds frightening. How intriguing. And I happened to see Ariana at a livability summit down in Sacramento at Sac State. And so really nice to see you again, and congratulations on being our first place winner. So, all right, so going down in the middle and take your applause. Nice to see you again. Congratulations. And then our last winner for the grades is our 11th grade winner. Once again, there's only one first place winner, Shelby Mason. Shelby, come on down. Congratulations. So I assume this is yours. So please tell us your theme and tell us how you arrived at this map.
So as a dancer, I wanted to do something dance related. So since I tap, I wanted to do birthplaces of famous tappers.
Cool.
Yes. So there's from all over the United States. There's a bunch of them on the East Coast, not as many towards the West Coast. But these are some of the most more famous ones. So actually, if you look at California, number C, that's my tap teacher. So I decided to put her on.
There you go. Nice tribute.
So do I assume that tap is your favorite type of dance?
It's one of my favorites along with ballet.
And how long have you been dancing?
Since I was 3, I actually grew up in my mom's studio.
What's the studio? It's a bit of a shameless plug for the studio.
The studio that I dance at now is Artists to the Point.
Oh, that's awesome. I was a dancer too, and I loved that phase of my life. So congratulations. That's very, very cool. So please take your center stage for one last round of applause and a photo opportunity. Congratulations. So at this point, I'm going to invite my fellow colleagues to come on down because we have some special awards for our superstars who are multiple winners, as well as a school spirit award and outstanding achievement. So I'd like my colleagues to join me down here for our final round of awards. And then we'll invite everyone to all of our award winners to come up on our dais, and we can take a big group photo that anyone is interested in taking. So, all right. What a fun day. Congratulations to everyone. So our first superstar, and who's going to be presenting? Oh, good. You have the awards. Our first superstar is Isaac Abbott. Come on down. And once again, these are 4 or more wins. Is that how you are considered a superstar? So congratulations. Wow.
There you go.
Congratulations, Isaac. That's wonderful. Okay. Our second superstar is Lottie Boucher. All right, Lottie, come on down. Congratulations again. All right, let's do a photo op. Congratulations. All right, and our last superstar, last but not least, is Ariana Thacker. Come on down. Come on down, Ariana. Congratulations. Oh, and Supervisor Parlin has your award. You can't keep it, Lori.
Give it back.
Congratulations. Okay, drum roll, please, for School spirit. School spirit. Who is it going to be? Lori, do you want to grab that? Supervisor Parlin? Yes. Okay. So for school spirit, who's the winner?
It is presented to Sutter's Mill School student. Oh yeah, Sutter's Mill.
Sutter's Mill School, come on down. Woo! Sutter's Mill is in the house in a big way. School spirit, sorry, yes. Now you've been the picture taker, so we need to take your picture. So someone needs to take her picture.
Our amazing teachers and students.
Yes.
And parents. Thank you.
Congratulations to Sutter's Mill. All right, and the last award. The last award is for outstanding achievement for who?
Sutter's Mill School.
Come on down, Sutter's Mill. Double winner. Come on up. Yeah.
Hey, Miss Teagle.
There we go.
Sutter's Mill, congratulations. Well done. Oh, keep up the good work. This is congratulations to all the parents and all the students and the schools that participated. We're just so proud of you and just amazing work. So yes, so everyone that wants to come up, come on up and we'll do a big photo op.
We usually just move the chairs out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just get the chairs out of the way. Get them all up here.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's get closer. We're gonna get.
We're gonna have to squeeze in a little bit.
Yeah,
There we
so
go.
let's come on down.
Maybe-
Let's go down. So let's
Yep.
have a couple of
We
rows.
put a row in the front. If it's smaller. Yes.
Yeah.
Not you. Like.
Come on, first and fourth grades up front, and then they'll scoot in.
Our second and third graders had to go back to farm day.
Oh, that's right. Farm day, yes, same day.
Yeah, competition.
Okay, so
Yeah,
scoot in.
competitive stuff.
Scoot on in. Fill in. Come on down. Scoot down here. Yeah. Go in front. Go ahead. It's all right. Yeah, we can stagger.
They're fine.
Okay.
Make it? Yep.
There you go.
It's not like this in the classroom, is it?
Anybody have a wide angle? Yeah.
Well, congratulations again.
Well done for all of you.
So do you guys have to go back to school now? No? Some? Yes, no, some, no, some, yeah? Oh, boy, well, we're sure glad you're with us.
15 more days of school, something like that, right?
Almost done.
But who's counting, right?
Well, congratulations.
Well done.
Congratulations. Love your dress. Congratulations. Congrats, guys. And if any parents wants to come up and take a picture with a map with their child, please feel free.
Are you going? Okay.
Yeah.
So take these out of the way.
Yes.
Ben, okay.
Would you like me to take your picture with him?
Oh, I'd love to.
Great, let me do that. Actually, yeah. Help yourself. Yes.
Right there. All right.
Must be very proud. Congratulations.
Just waiting for her picture. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, back to school you go.
I don't want to go back to school. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being with us this morning. Absolutely. Congratulations. Yeah. Thanks for being with us.
I thought she turned.
Oh, we do? Oh, shoot. Didn't even think about that.
Is there anybody online?
Do you remember? Yeah, I did. Oh, that's right.
Everybody else to be fair.
Thank you. Thank you. So those second and third place winners, you can take your maps. The first place maps stay because they get displayed at the fair. So if you're a second or third place winner, you can go ahead and take your map.
No, yeah, we're just agreeing to one.
I don't remember.
What to do with the maps, like you take them, put that in the notes.
Yeah.
And then that was my first thing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You did a great job presenting too.
Doing this next time.
Good. We'll look forward to having you back next year. Yes.
What do you realize you did?
Yeah, we know only have first place that's to stay. First place, the first
Yeah,
place
'cause
goes
they
to
go
the
down.
fair.
Oh,
Yes, one of our moms was that. We didn't know.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a very intriguing map.
That was a lot of work.
That is a
Especially
lot
the
of work.
inventions, that is cool.
Yeah, they let them know about a month before. And then they think about for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then the last 3 months. We actually worked with this for about 2 weeks.
Nice.
It's beautifully done. And all your illustrations. Yeah. And the legend's great. Yeah, the legend's great. Real pleasure.
This is the second year. Last year you guys heard.
Preschool in the All-Stars. So
Yeah, you will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two chairs back in here.
Oh, you.
No, it's just these chairs. Put your knees on them every now and then.
Well, look what I got. This is immediately spot.
Yeah, there's no doors. That's awesome. Yeah, I like that.
I didn't know that was down there.
I'm teaching on the grab. You know, it's, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Bye-bye.
See ya, bye.
Takes the pressure off of the county.
Sorry about that. I was looking for
No.
a student's name on that award. I'm like, wait, oh, this is the school.
Sorry about that.
My bad.
That wasn't listed on here.
It was not.
No, and so it was like, you know,
Yeah.
luckily I had gone down and talked to them before that because I didn't know they.
Oh.
So.
Wow.
So.
Geez, you're gonna have to do a better job.
You know, we always just look at them.
I know.
We've done, yeah. You know what? I felt really bad because we didn't announce the schools.
Yeah, you'll be getting.
Wow, I didn't announce them.
If you ready to go, you betcha, you betcha.
I know, but still.
Well, you know what? I made a mistake and I realized I did not take public comment on this item. Is it okay? Is it? Okay, okay, fine. All right.
Well, Leo's gonna comment.
Kim, is there
Okay.
any public comment on this item?
Now
He
taking
raises
public
his hand.
comment
You're so
on
funny,
item
Leo.
number 21. Individual will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs. Thank you for this opportunity for public comment. I would have liked to have done it when everyone was here.
I know
but
I was remiss in this.
No
My
problem.
apologies.
There's an internet accepted. There's an internet audience, maybe. So these are comments from somebody who, as you know, is a retired teacher. And as I noticed in your last agenda, you guys had fun. You know, you brought that up. This is a fun item when there was consensus about vacation home and then about Rubicon. And I just think maybe as you build your agenda, you should try to have at least once or twice a month something fun. And as a retired teacher, I was meditating. I'm adult re-entry, you know, so I entered teaching late. And it's a tough job. And in my family, you know, now I'm the elder, but when everybody gathered in my mother and father's generation, we cumulatively had like 500 years worth of teaching experience. Wow. That's dropping now, you know, with this next generation. But anyway, it's just cool. And what I always observed in my 20 years as a teacher, unlike my mother's 50, this is fun. Why are teachers sad? You know, I was like the maverick because, you know, in the lunchroom, it's like, hey, we get to touch the future. We get to touch the kids. And that's what today to me was. And I don't know, I could be wrong reading, but it seems like sage is a great jewel. I don't see it other places. And then, you know, the themes of teaching is we're building future ready students. I don't really like the lingo, but hey, that's it. And that's what I think we saw today. And another, as you know, is the whole STEAM thing, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. But what I loved about this, because I was always a STEAM person, stick that A in and have art. To me, that is just so critical. And you gave such positivity today to these kids. And Chairman Wendy, I was going to point out that in your previous life, you published a book on art. So, hey, students, you could end up like these supervisors or an artist, and I'm sure each of you have a story. So thank you so much for this fun and very inspiring time. I would urge perhaps to consider, when I checked your website, they talk about this contest, but there's no photos. And we all know images are worth so many of my words. So maybe taking the first place, or in the future, taking advantage of our technology and putting it out there.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you for your comments, Leo, and my deep apologies for,
Oh.
I got so wrapped up in the excitement.
Totally.
Thank you.
I was blessed to be caregiver for my mother as the eldest. One of her wise words, it's all timeless, Leo. So thank you. I got my
Thank
comment
you.
at the right time.
Anyone online, Kim?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, Kathy.
Oh, good morning or afternoon. I'm not sure what the time is, but because Lio had mentioned something about teachers being sad, I have to say that I think teachers are full of joy for the students that they work with. So I didn't want to give the impression that teachers were sad. And as a retired teacher from the Gold Trail School District, and a teacher that taught at Sutter's Mill, I was very proud of the school today and of everybody. And I wish that I could have seen the maps of all of the kids. They sounded so interesting. Anyway, you guys did a wonderful job of making everybody feel welcome and comfortable. And thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Kathy. And you're right. They were beautiful. Thanks for being with us online.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. Well, that was a lovely morning.
Yeah, it
And
was
with
very
that,
good.
we are adjourned until our 1 p.m. open forum. So enjoy your lunch break.
Back to
and-
farm day? No.
Yeah, do Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 o'clock and we are back in session for the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And you might notice some really colorful maps on the wall. We had a great morning where the students of El Dorado County, the award winners were presented this morning. And these are just the first place winners left, but we had an opportunity to celebrate just the great work from kindergarten up through high school of a map contest put on by Sage. So it was really a wonderful morning. And we also got to celebrate Farm Day, which is happening right now at the El Dorado County Fairgrounds for all third graders that participate. So really, really great day here in El Dorado County. So with that, we move on to our public open forum session. Kim?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Can you please push the button, Mr. Connolly? There you go. Perfect.
Testing. Hello. Good afternoon. I've got a lot of news to update you on, but today I'm here to talk about some good news in El Dorado County about two subjects that are very personal to me and should be of notice to you. The first was 2 weeks ago, I was outside working in my yard and I have an elderly lady that lives above me. She lives alone and I saw her fall in her yard. And when I got to her, her right foot was like this and about 2.5 inches of her tibia were sticking out of her ankle. So I called 911 right away, my wife and I want to give kudos to Engine 49 and Medic 49 who responded immediately from Diamond Springs. My neighbor was one of those people that spoke up about a lack of an ambulance in Diamond Springs for a while. And as soon as the crew showed up, as much as pain as she was in and in shock that she was undergoing, she said to them, "I'm so glad you're here. I was one of those people that spoke up about you being gone." They made a huge difference for her. As soon as they stepped out of the ambulance, before they even got next to her, they called for an air ambulance. She was life flighted to Sutter Roseville. Mrs. Humpty Bumpty was put back together again, and she's recovering and doing well. So I want to give credit to all of those who made that ambulance being stationed back in Diamond Springs responsible. It made a difference in her case, and it makes a difference for all of us who are El Dorado County, Diamond Springs residents. The other thing I want to highlight is a young gentleman that I know and my family knows personally, and I just handed you a letter about Army ROTC Cadet David Manning. He's a Union Mine High School graduate. He just graduated last year. He's in his freshman year at the University of Nevada, Reno, and he's a cadet in the Army ROTC program there. He has done such a significant job in pursuing this leadership opportunity through ROTC that he was awarded the U.S. Army Reserve Officer Training Corps Superior Cadet Decoration Award for his freshman class. It's only given to one student. It's given annually, and he was recognized because of his accomplishments and his leadership. And I think that he deserves recognition by you and our Veterans Affairs Commissioners. I spoke to his military cadre last night, and I asked them if they had any additional comments that I could share with you. And they're in this letter that I'd like to read. Lieutenant Colonel Darren Moniette is the commander of the Wolfpack Battalion. That's the ROTC cadre at the University of Nevada, Reno. And he described David as, quote, "a standout member of our ROTC program. We have watched him challenge himself again and again, only to improve each day. David is a standout amongst his class and represents the best of the next generation. We are fortunate to have him in our program," and I agree. On the second page, there's a description of the Superior Cadet Decoration Award. It's the second highest award that can be given to ROTC cadets, superseded only by an award for heroism. And there's pictures of David below with his award, and also please congratulate him on our behalf.
Thank you for the good news, Mr. Connolly. Yeah. Congratulations to Army ROTC Cadet David Manning. That's wonderful.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kirk McKillop with the SOCJC and an umbrella alliance. Well, let me state it more succinctly, a big tent revival group, okay? Housing your constituencies from El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park and Shingle Springs and the corridor at 49 in Pleasant Valley into the bustling metropolis of the town of El Dorado, to Diamond Springs and Placerville and so on and so forth. So the Save Our County Joint Commission is comprised of concerned citizens and community groups who are committed to advocate for and protect the policies that preserve open spaces and natural resources, maintain community safety, and promote responsible managed growth. SOCJC was birthed from the coalition that put Measure E in the ballot to protect and retain the open road and traffic relief policies promised in our 2004 general plan. When the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors put the 2004 general plan on the ballot, they promised the voters it would be a plan that preserved our rural character and natural resources. They titled the plan A Plan for Managed Growth and Open Roads, a plan for quality neighborhoods and traffic relief. We believe that our county leaders largely ignored and have even removed the laws, ordinances, and general plan policies that came from those promises. Our coalition will hold this board accountable for any such actions. As a coalition, SOCJC recognizes the importance of balancing economic development with environmental stewardship. Our coalition will engage with local government officials and developers and work with community members to ensure that growth and development in El Dorado County is carried out in a responsible manner that maintains our rural way of life, preserves the county's unique character, and protects its natural resources, as promised in the general plan. The coalition will also seek to educate and engage the public on the key issues, including land use planning, water and traffic management, and public safety. We welcome all concerned citizens, organizations, and businesses who share our values and goals to join us in their efforts. Together, we can make a difference in preserving the natural beauty and quality of life in El Dorado County. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Hello, Whitney Worthington. Last week, there was some confusion as to what the Planning Commission hearing for the conditional use permit could encompass, so I wanted to clarify a few things. First of all, we all know the parcel is not zoned for the proper use. Heavy industrial cannot be disguised and shoehorned into R&D by falsely claiming wholesale storage and distribution when the tenant is a mass retailer. This is important because according to County Code 130.52.021, subsection C for conditional use permits, states the review authority, in this case the Planning Commission, shall make the following findings before approving a conditional use permit application. The proposed use is consistent with the general plan, and the proposed use would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare or injurious to the neighborhood. Any directions from the planning director or board of supervisors to only look at the height issue would violate that code section. Project Frontier meets the criteria for a full project review as the first use is firstly inconsistent with the general plan voted on by the people, but it is also so clearly detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, and would absolutely be injurious to the neighborhood. Air quality so poor, children would be restricted from outdoor play. Cancer-causing diesel particulate matter seeping into our organs and bloodstream, damaging not only this generation, but future generations as well. 1,250 plus semi-trucks using residential neighborhoods for overflow routes is the height of injurious. One thing that has not been discussed before is the overflow route proposed by the developer is Royal Oaks to Blackstone Parkway through Valley View to the Silva Valley Highway entrance. This route passes directly in front of Valley View Elementary, and the route has several bus stops along the way. Semi-trucks going up and down the very steep hill on Royal Oaks would not physically be able to stop behind a school bus unloading children as required by law. This will absolutely result in accidents and is extremely detrimental to public health and safety and welfare. We can quote health studies and journals on diesel particulate matter all day, and that can be hard to conceptualize. But a semi-truck unable to stop itself due to its weight and size, barreling down a hill and running through a group of school children is a horrifying possibility that we can all imagine. When I was 37 weeks pregnant with my youngest, I was run off the road by an irresponsibly driven 18-wheeler. My Jeep was completely destroyed, crushed between the wheels of the truck and a construction barrier. The only thing that saved my life and my baby's life was my car. Our children walking home from a day at school won't have that protection. It's our job and the Planning Commission's job to make sure that there are not hundreds, if not thousands of semi-trucks on our residential roads, putting our children's lives at risk, trying to come home from school.
Thank you, Whitney. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Dennis Lowe, and I live in El Dorado Hills in the Blackstone community. As you've probably guessed, I'm here to object to Project Pioneer. I believe that I was a planning commissioner for 8 years in a prior life. So I believe that the decisions made by staff prior on the Project Pioneer were not malicious and did not have any intent. I think that they were trying to probably do the best that they could for the community at large. However, no matter the staff's good intention, the Project Pioneer is definitely a mistake and should not go forward. I know that you cannot comment at this point. However, due process will definitely bring the Project Pioneer to your review. So I'd like to say a little bit about Citizens Against Project Pioneer. We are organized, we are enthusiastic, we're dedicated, we're passionate, and we're committed to stopping this project. It has to be stopped. This board works for us, citizens of El Dorado County. We pay your salary, and as our elected representatives, you have a moral imperative to reject this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Good afternoon, Marcus.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Worthington. Happy Public Service Recognition Week. As a public employee for more than a decade, I also come from a family with more than 100 years of public service dating back to the 1800s with firefighters, forest service, police, EMTs, teachers, professors, county employees. I myself am an attorney. I was a prosecutor for almost a decade, including within this county. I'm now an enforcement attorney for the state. As a prosecutor, I know very well what it means to impact the lives of the people that you're taking actions for. The oaths that we take are a covenant. It's a covenant of trust with the people of the community. The authority that we're granted is only so powerful as that trust. The moment we lose that trust and we break that trust, we don't have any power to do anything. And I know that firsthand from holding the hands of families of murder victims or rape victims or people that just had their stores burglarized. So you guys have put us in a position where the community has lost that trust, and you have the opportunity to earn it back. In 2017, whether you want to say that it's related to Frontier or not, Amazon was invited here, and they were told, you have carte blanche to come to our community and do whatever you want. We're going to give you employees, we're going to give you fast tracking, we're going to do all these things for you. As an attorney that knows very well what it means to work in an adversarial system, what I always tell opposing counsel, prove me that I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong. Show me how that I'm wrong. Convince me. I can tell you that over the last few months, we have given you more than enough information to show you that the decisions that were made by the CAO's office, that the decisions that you have made were wrong. You have the opportunity to say, all right, we've seen the evidence and we are wrong. I stood here a few weeks ago and called on you for a moratorium on warehouses. That needs to happen. What I'm going to give you today is about the Inland Empire. It's called A Region in Crisis, the rationale for public health state of emergency in the Inland Empire. It was prepared by the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, Sierra Club, and the Robert Redford Conservancy. It outlines the path that we're currently on. If you want to know where we're going, it's here. I gave you more than 1,000 pages of research and articles and journal. This summarizes what the empire's been through, and it puts it in layman's terms, and it's horrifying and it's terrifying. And one of the conclusions that I want to leave you with that they concluded was that our public servants aren't listening to us. They weren't listening. So please read this. It's really important.
Give that to our clerk, and we will definitely review it. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Kelly.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I loved the presentations this morning. I watched via YouTube. I have been stewing since last week on something, and I don't want this to look like it's an attack towards one person, because this is a constant situation in our country because maybe lack of education, maybe a lack of understanding. However, there was a comment made regarding the Project Frontier that this is America and people have private property rights. Well, let's talk about that. Yes, this is America and we do have private property rights, but what does that mean constitutionally speaking? Having property rights does not mean one can violate county ordinances, zoning, laws, and federal laws, whether it's regarding environmental impacts, societal use, or impact upon another neighbor. In fact, our founding fathers were very clear when they brought common law into our Constitution that another person, an individual, and I'll quote, under common law, properly applied, people cannot use their property in ways that damage their neighbor's property. Defined again as taking these things neighbors hold free. They also now have been debating a lot about carrying that into. And constitutionally speaking, we have the right to be environmentally protected from our neighbor. I cannot openly anymore in some areas have a fireplace, burning wood fire, because of what the impacts does to the environment. Looking to restrict our gas usages, whether it's a gas fireplace, a gas stove. My beloved leaf blower is no longer considered. It's also maybe a noise nuisance to our neighbor. We have, I'm sure you've all heard of noise ordinances calls. So I think we need to be really careful when we say this is America, because I bet somebody like Lon Oso, who by the way, I do not know, I've only learned about his case through this room, who is having to dispute because you are doing what? You're saying we have rules, we have regulations, we have due process, we have laws. An entity can buy property free and clear, but they do not have the right to change the usage, zoning, and regulations on that property automatically just because they own it. So I take it to you to think very carefully about what that means. And so as a little parting gift to you, I'm going to leave you all a pocket copy of the Constitution. I carry it with me at all time. Go ahead and read over, especially Amendment 5 and Amendment 14, and really understand what it means to have private property rights in America. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Matty Keard. I also live in Blackstone and El Dorado Hills, and I'm here to talk about red flags. And the red flags I want to talk about, to kind of think about whether this is incompetence, carelessness, or is this deception? Back in 2017, we all know about the letter that was sent to Amazon inviting them to come build offices here. We understand they decided to go elsewhere, and that's fine. But the following year, a company that was created in that year in 2018 was Winridge Investments LLC, which was created by Thomas Wynn and George Carpenter. They created this company and purchased this same piece of property, knowing what it was and the history of it. They're by the way, they're also experienced real estate developers and builders, right? So, so this is not something new to them. They purchased this property knowing it was a research and development zoning. The first thing they did was de-annex it from the business park so they wouldn't have to conform to the business park's architectural review board. And then they decided to apply to build 700 to 900 homes in this research and development section. When they learned, well, obviously they knew it was research and development, and then they needed to be residential. So when they learned that they needed a full EIR, they decided to walk away from the project. They didn't do anything. So you didn't turn them down. They just didn't pursue their course of action and do what they needed to do. Fast forward to 2022, Dermody gets involved, who's another professional developer. And they come in and they decide that they're going to try to build this huge warehouse operation, the 4.8 million square foot operation. Initial paperwork that was turned in April was incomplete. How could it be incomplete? They're professionals, right? Then they turn around in December and they submit new paperwork, which is a little bit more complete, but it's still incomplete. Fast forward to today, the economic report they originally gave you said you're going to make $23.2 million. Now it's down to 1.2 according to your auditor. The traffic studies have been largely fabricated. They weren't signed by an engineer. In fact, APAC deemed them worthless. The acoustic study analyzed the noise that 6 semi-trucks would make. This facility has 175 loading docks. Why are we measuring 6 trucks to measure the noise? They also think it's a New Jersey firm that did this, by the way, and they think that the property is 1 mile from Highway 50. They don't even know how far it is. I thought they even came here. Bottom line, and a CEQA consistency analysis has yet to be submitted. So they claim that there's no environmental impact, but they haven't submitted the CEQA analysis. So how would they know? So the bottom line is there's a lot of red flags here. These are professionals. Please read the signs. They're trying to deceive us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Anyone else in the boardroom before we go online?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, not taking public comment.
That was pretty quick.
All right, come on down, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
God bless you, Lori. God bless you, George. God bless you, John. God bless you, Wendy. I'm sorry to hear that you're not going to run for another term. You're a sweet fragrance in the room, as each of you are, but Wendy particularly. I know Wendy broke into tears a year or two ago when one of my homeless friends that I was ministering to at the upper room came and shared his life story with you. And God loves you, Brooke. Glad you're here. And God loves you, Tiffany. God loves you, David. Livingstone. Amen. I'm watching the clock. Sunday morning, ever since the Navigation Center opened, I've been coming there to pick up whoever might want to come to church. And some people think, well, why would you do that? These are not good people. Druggies, fentanyl, heroin. In fact, that same day, I was asked to bring somebody that had overdosed on fentanyl to the emergency room. I asked him about his mom and dad. He said he was born locally, but he said, my mom died of an overdose. His mom died of an overdose. My father worked with 3 US presidents in the White House and commuted from New York City, the financial capital, to the political capital. The education that you've been blessed with, all of us in this county, is showing in a wonderful way with the 60-bed Miracle Navigation Center that all of you have helped to produce and to get operational. In my final 53 seconds, I had no idea, even though I've written a 5-pound, 750-page resource directory on Christianity as the first laptop on the 700 Club, but 20 years ago. I had no idea that Volunteers of America was founded by Ballinger and Emma Booth. That name rings a bell because William and Catherine Booth started the Salvation Army in the 1820s or 30s in the worst parts of London. So I want to commend the board for what you have done and to keep supporting the Volunteers of America. And hopefully there will be chaplains and church involvement more than has currently, because they've just started. Finally, it's not Project Frontier, it's Project Ghetto. And George's 5 generations
Jonathan,
would not
thank
have
you.
wanted Amazon.
Thank
here.
you for your comments. Appreciate them very much. All right, anyone else? Last call? All right, we'll go
Seeing no
online now.
additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Aaron Sanders.
Good afternoon, Erin.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
We sure are. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am Erin Sanders. I'm a resident of El Dorado Hills. I do not live in Blackstone or the south side of Highway 50. I live in Fairchild Village. I'm also a real estate broker and a member of the National Association of Realtors, Sacramento Association of Realtors, El Dorado County Association of Realtors. And I have been getting involved in the Project Frontier voice against the project. I want to give a voice to those that are not part of Blackstone, that are not part of Heritage, but a voice to those who live in the greater community and who have children attending John Adams Academy, which is essentially adjacent to where the project is going to be. I heard comments yesterday at the El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting about private property rights. And as a realtor, I stand for private property rights for homeowners or property owners to use their property in ways that they deem appropriate and what is best for the community. So I just want to echo those concerns that when we're saying that there's private property rights, we are also taking into account how it affects the greater community, how it affects the health of the youth, how it affects the health of the elderly, how it affects the enjoyability of our community. We've seen so much growth in decades recently, actually, of those that come to our area because they love the rural aspect of our towns and our county. They're getting away from these big projects. And in allowing the potential of this project to go when it clearly does not align with the zoning, with the county building requirements and outlines, to give preferential treatment because it's a big name, just spits in the face of our community, of our residents. And I just want to echo that this is not something that only affects Blackstone people, that does not only affect Heritage. It affects people in our whole community, into all surrounding counties, because there are children at this school that are from down in Sacramento, outside of our immediate areas. This does not only affect a couple of communities. And I just want to bring that voice that we have to think about our general safety, our crime increase that might come with this, and the impact it'll be on our fire departments to protect our entire community with the size of this project. And I will relinquish the rest of my 7 seconds.
Thank you for your comments, Erin. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from David Yin.
Good afternoon, David.
Hello. My name is David Yin. I live in District 2. At last week's Board of Supervisors meeting, I was deeply moved by Supervisor Thomas' remarks regarding Project Frontier. It showed the county supervisors care about the constituents and feel their pain and anxiety. I thank you for this. Supervisor Thomas also mentioned that Project Frontier applicants has the right to walk through a process. Unfortunately, the Project Frontier applicants' arrogance and many of your employees' decisions indicated this process is nothing but normal. When one of our volunteers was on the route to engage residents on Project Frontier, one gentleman came out of the home. He said that Project Frontier is a done deal and people cannot do anything about it. He bought this house for the sole purpose of supervising Project Frontier because it is going to take years to build. The applicant is so sure about the final decision that they have arranged housing for the construction supervisor, who gave them this confidence while the application is still under review. The whole process has been shrouded in secrecy. Only a few residents first heard Project Frontier in February 2023 through social media. Please note, not through the county and the applicant. Through social media, most of the residents became aware of this project in March, although with little information. Through El Dorado Hills APAC meeting on March 15, the residents start to see some detailed information about Frontier project. Yet were informed at the time that the staff level county zone administrator will most likely to grant a conditional use permit to Project Frontier on April 19th. To a construction of such a scale and monstrously detrimental affects the residents' health and welfare. The county deemed that everything was fine except the height of the building. The zoning administrator was ready to grant them a conditional use permit in such a speedway. Enough has been said by the residents and experts alike in front of you that these decisions are wrong and illegal. Whichever people make these decisions are either incompetent or complicit. These are the things that the supervisor need to investigate right away so that the residents and the Project Frontier applicants are afforded an equal due process.
Mr. Yen, but we give everyone 3 minutes regardless of, just to be fair. So appreciate your comments and thank you for being with us.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Can I use the podium or do you want me to talk on my phone?
Is there anyone else online?
No.
No, you know the process, Mr.
Wait, now somebody else just
Okay,
joined.
sorry.
Barbara.
You know, Leo, you know how we work.
He's on the line now. He can talk to us on his phone.
Okay, all right.
But-
Let's get this comment online and then I will allow you to speak.
Now taking public comment from Barbara Rogers.
You have to do, Barbara. Barbara, are you there? She unmuted?
She is,
Barbara, you're up. If you can hear us, we'd love to hear you.
Are you there?
Oh, there we go. Hello, Barbara.
Hi.
You're coming through now.
Oh, hi, thank you. I know some of you know who I am, but anyway, I've been a longtime El Dorado County resident since '77, and I've lived in Cameron Park since '91. I've been attending the Cameron Park CST board meetings for the past 19 years. After I retired from El Dorado County Fire, I became very involved because of our unique situation with our fire service here. As you all probably know, we contract with CAL FIRE for the past 27 years. There's a lot of misinformation and lies being told out on social media and other platforms, and I just kind of want to set the record straight. The CST is facing a budget shortfall, and we're faced with making difficult decisions and possibly the closure of our Station 88 on Alhambra Drive. But we're not the only fire district in this county who's made the same decisions, faced with having to close stations. One of them being El Dorado County Fire, who over the years have been forced to close 3 of their houses. And most recently 21 in Camino, where I retired from, so they could get their 3-man engine company up and running in other places after Measure B failed. Do I think that our board's done the right thing for our community? I certainly do not. In fact, I would almost call the past board over the years and some of the current members inept. I don't think they have our best interests at heart. More importantly, the past general manager who retired out of here, we recently found out has been taking public safety dollars over the years to fund the district side of the budget. Historically, the budget split was 70% fire, 30% for the district side. Now it's 62% fire, 38% on the other side. That right now, in my opinion, is causing our shortfall to an impairing and threatening our public safety. So this is what I'm going to say. The most urgent need we have right now, we have to continue our contract with CAL FIRE. And then we are going to have to look at other options, which could be an RFP, which could also be asking the people to pay more money. I would like to ask people to get involved, to please come to the meetings. Nobody comes to our meetings. I'm the only one there. So please, citizens of Cameron Park, come to your meetings, get involved, be part of the solution, and please don't be part of the problem. And that's just about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for alerting the community to this important issue. All right, so we'll close public comment online. because you were online, welcome back. This will be the end of public
You're a
comment.
great teacher. That's the flexibility of learning. So Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs, and to the public, yes, I was online driving here. So I'm addressing good governance. And from my perspective, I think your good governance in like bullet points is, what's the problem? Asking essential questions, echoing Supervisor Heidel, what's the data that helps us define the problem? What are the values? When you write up the agenda, your CEO tries to reference both good governance, strategic plan, all of those ways that you try to incorporate your values. And I'm addressing the values of mutual respect and tolerance. And then what's the plan? So jumping back up to problem, as I shared on item 5, there are so many stories about problems going back to 2017. And we all know, and earlier, that these problems, and some of them are explicit bias, they're society-wise in 5 years. I wish it was a miracle, but it doesn't fix them. And I have grandchildren in this county that are of mixed race, and I hope that they don't experience what my mixed race relatives who are older being called the N-word and stuff 4 years ago. So I feel there is a problem. Not everybody's internalized these values. So what's the plan? The plan in the past, previous boards, was to have a human rights, and I'd like to pivot, since that seems to be a trigger word. Other counties have human relations. So perhaps going forward, you could explore a plan that operationalizes human relations, because I don't think you want me to bring, God forbid, an 8-year-old to share what happened in a park and things like that. They need a more comfortable manner. And then you had a plan to bring the solutions to address problems from the perspective of your Asian demographics, your Native American demographics, to bring in partners like the County Office of Ed, because we keep hearing education, and I agree as a teacher. So I'm just urging you to consider problem, values, and a plan. And listening to the past, there was this comment about how the board is going to change. Well, unfortunately, a lot of you are not going to be here in the future, but your legacy will move on. Thank you.
Thanks for coming back
Yep.
this afternoon. No, for coming back this afternoon. All right, with that, we're done with open forum. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you taking time out of your day to let us know what's on your mind. We appreciate it. All right. And with that, we don't have another item until 2 p.m. and we have no closed session items. This is an unusual day. So we will get 20 minutes worth of work done and then come back for 2 o'clock, our 2 o'clock item. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you back here at 2.
You've seen it before.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. We are back again for our 2 p.m. action items. So thank you for coming back with us. Kim, would you like to read this item?
Item 22 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, one, review El Dorado County's Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan. Two, provide direction on the MHSA plan fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 25-26. And receive a presentation on the fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 25-26 MHSA plan.
Thank you. And this is always quite a document to review and quite a heavy lift for our staff. And I'm sure that once we get to this point that you breathe a sigh of relief. So at this point, is it going to be Meredith or Nicole? Welcome. Thank you for being with us today and walking us through this.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to hand that off to my experts.
Good plan.
But I did want to just say thank you to good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Thomas. I'm Nicole Ebrahimi-Nukin, the Behavior Health Director for our division. And yes, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present to you our fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26 3-year MHSA program and expenditure plan. Just a little introduction. Thank you for recognizing this is quite a bit of work. As you all know, I think some of you are really already very familiar with this work, what we do. We do this as part of the Behavioral Health Division, but we do this with many partners in the community, contract providers across the spectrum of our prevention, early intervention, as well as full service partnership programs, and appreciate really that partnership. But I do want to use the opportunity today, just very briefly, to really recognize and introduce my very small but very mighty MHSA team. You see them here, Meredith Zanardi, our coordinator, MHSA coordinator, and Don Duval, our admin analyst. The work that you see there, the community meetings, the stakeholder meetings last year, August through January of this year, I believe we had a number of stakeholder meetings to get input. All of that rests on the shoulders of these two people. So I can't say enough about the hard work that they do. And with that, I do need to hand it over because Meredith can speak so much better about this plan than I can. So thank you again.
Thank you, Nicole. And I did not realize that the depth was 2 people for all of this. That is really quite something. And yeah.
I will share, we did have Mariah Welby as another member of our team until recently. She was able to earn a much deserved promotion. And so she was able to support a large portion of this plan as well. And we miss her, and thankfully we kept her on the behavioral health team.
That was good. Yes. Well, thank you for being with us.
Well, good afternoon, supervisors. Today's presentation gives an overview of our intended changes to the MHSA fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26 3-year plan. As we go through the slides, I invite any board member questions specific to the information shown, and we'll have an opportunity for additional questions at the end of the presentation. Is there an option to change it up here? Come on. I can try to figure this one out. The community program planning process is required by MHSA regulations as a means to solicit stakeholder input. This was done through several meetings and a survey to better understand what the community sees as the greatest mental health needs. Community meetings also serve as a valuable training opportunity to inform community members of MHSA funded services, future opportunities, as well as some limitations of MHSA regulations and funding. We continue to explore additional CPPP training opportunities to better inform the public in order to receive more constructive feedback on future MHSA plans and updates. It did not. Thank you. AB 2242 allows MHSA funds to be utilized for services under the Lantern and Petrie Short Act of 1967. The bill also details required expansions and adaptations to LPS services. The LPS project found in the MHSA plan provides the opportunity for MHSA funding for a portion of the services provided under this act. CalAIM changes and direction have continued to be received from the state. Though changes to the MHSA plan due to CalAIM are not extensive, the administrative burden to prepare for the July 1 implementation is felt by many different divisions of HHSA. Next. Community support services includes full service partnership, general system development,
outreach and engagement programs, and permanent supportive housing. CalAIM impacts cost of living increases and the addition of required services such as Care Court to be implemented by December 2022 have led to an overall expansion of anticipated CSS expenditures. Over the past year, Cal MHSA has been rolling out peer support specialist certifications. We have updated this MHSA plan to adapt our current peer training program to align with this new certification opportunity. We anticipate the infusion of these certified peers will help to expand services throughout the entire behavioral health system. I'll look for hands between slides. The Recreation Therapy Project has been added to increase opportunities for alternate therapy models. The plan is developed to contract with entities employing certified therapeutic recreation specialists. CTRS are professionals certified by the National Council for Therapeutic Recreation Certification. CTRS professionals use evidence-based practices and established documentation procedures to provide high levels of outcomes-driven services. Next. Prevention and early intervention includes prevention, early intervention, stigma and discrimination reduction, outreach for increasing recognition of early signs of mental illness, access and linkage to treatment, and suicide prevention and stigma reduction. PEI project expenditures have also been increased throughout the plan to adapt to cost of living increases. Projects have been assessed for expansion in order to provide more opportunities to spend down current fund balances. PEI funding is currently being spent in about 3.5 out of the allowable 5 years. Our goal is to see if PEI funds can be expected more closely to 2 to 2.5 years. We want to reevaluate that after this next year of implementation. Next. We're looking forward to new partnership with the Shingle Springs Health and Wellness Center in the development of the Whole Family Wellness Program as part of the Community Education Project. Whole Family Wellness provides education for family members of current Shingle Springs Health and Wellness clients, receiving services for mental health and/or substance use disorder needs. Education opportunities integrate traditional Native American practices and principles with the goal of addressing intergenerational trauma by reducing stigma of care for clients struggling with mental health and substance use issues. Next. The Clubhouse El Dorado project is currently being developed with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI El Dorado. The project will provide a safe, structured, welcoming place for individuals impacted by mental illness to build on one's strengths, maintain recovery, and prevent relapse. The model developed by Clubhouse International centers around a work-ordered day, building work-ready skills in a collaborative, supportive environment. The Bridge the Gap project seeks to address the delay in service experienced by youth with mild to moderate mental health presentation. Youth who have a known or expected delay before receiving consistent long-term care from their insurance provider and have assessments demonstrate that they would likely need a higher level of care if immediate services are not provided, may be referred to contracted providers under this project who will provide immediate counseling as well as supporting the youth in navigating the insurance provider system.
Meredith, I have a question on that one.
Yes.
I'm always looking for measures of success. So we have 2 new programs here, 2 PEI programs, Clubhouse El Dorado and Bridge the Gap. How do we, after 3 years, determine these were very successful programs or they were moderately successful, or what is our measure of success? Do we do a comparative analysis with other behavioral health commissions and their use of MHSA funds? I'm just looking for that. How do we make sure that we're expending our resources in the right area and getting the results we expect?
Wonderful question. Thank you. So we have some established evaluative tools that we're using that's program specific, that looks at the people that are engaged in those programs, how, some are pre and post surveys, some are established evidence-based tools and techniques. As the MHSA coordinator, I am kind of looking to our next 3 years as an opportunity to really look at the system as a whole. How are these projects, what trends are we seeing with the youth in the support of the Bridge the Gap project? What are we seeing with our access to services, contacts, and assessments after the Clubhouse El Dorado project is established? Are we seeing clients come back? And not just looking at the project specific information that we can gather,
Mhm.
but really looking at the system as a whole. So we're not there yet, but that's the direction we want to head to be able to more completely assess these on more than just the services provided and the people that we know that they, support.
So the metrics are what I'm trying to emphasize. If we get metrics in place, then our Behavioral Health Commission can monitor periodically. Maybe we need to do a course correction and to within the constraints of the project, those kinds of things. But if you don't get measures and feedback, you can go, a long period of time and then say, well, did we really accomplish our objective? And that becomes very subjective to say yes or no. The answer is usually yes, but you can't say we did with 80% success rate or some level of accomplishment that I think would be beneficial for everybody to understand. There's risk in doing any of these projects. But the ones that have been, successful, we need to recognize, and the ones that have struggled, we need to recognize, because that makes us better in determining what goes into the next 3-year plan, right?
Agreed. And we are looking for kind of where those opportunities are. Obviously, with a small team, it's challenging to move those forward.
Right.
But we have the vision, we have a direction, and we do think this next 3 years is going to give us a really solid foundation to be able to move forward with some of those ideas that we have around the information and how we're really gathering the information from our providers, but then evaluating it and looking to how it can change our direction in the future.
I would just encourage us to set up top level metrics right at the beginning of these projects so we can start measuring things incrementally and really understand where we are. That's usually the key to success.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you.
That is the vision. I will say also with the social science that is behavioral health, numbers are challenging.
Yes.
And so finding where those numerical measures can be captured isn't always the full picture, and it can skew what the information actually needs to provide. So we want to be able to have not just the numerical information, but also, we're already starting with the Behavioral Health Commission to include some client testimonials. How can we include that into some of the information we provide with the MHSA plan?
Well, things like penetration rate, there's some standards that I think we should be applying wherever they fit. There's places they don't fit, but those kinds of standards that have been used in the past, I think it would help us to understand this is what our goal is to achieve a certain number, and then incrementally be able to look at, we're getting to that goal. In fact, it looks like we're exceeding it. So this has been a highly successful program as opposed to this one's just not getting started the way we thought it would. So do we need to make some changes, some modifications midstream maybe to emphasize something? So anyway. Okay.
Last year, when I presented in front of the board with less than a year of experience in this position, I said, here's the vision, here's where we're going. And I do ask for that again. Hopefully I'm able to show in this presentation, in this plan, some of the steps we've been able to make, but there's still more room to grow.
And I think just piggybacking on what Meredith said as well is in addition to measuring where we can, the Behavioral Health Commission is an engaged group and looking at, are there gaps in services in the community? Is there additional needs, and how are we meeting those from a system-wide approach? And, as you combine that kind of feedback with the data, it helps you get a better picture of
the holistic view as opposed to just
Exactly.
dialing in on. I'm not saying you just look at a number, right?
Right.
You have to look at secondary indicators and everything else, but you do get the confidence from a key metric that you can track at some level.
It's a helpful thing, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to, that the Behavioral Health Commission is very, very interested in looking at that as well, and concerned about that as well. So thank you, Meredith.
Thank you. Next slide. Through the innovation component, we are looking to explore alternative therapy opportunities that we hope will increase capacity for services. We intend to collaborate with Sacramento State Recreation Therapy faculty and students to research the best evidence-based practices and support our development of the newest innovation projects to be presented before the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission.
Meredith, on this one, it says modified innovation project, and it lists what it is, but what's being modified? I didn't understand. And only because senior nutrition is, we hear about it all the time, how important it is to get, folks out and talking to each other and meeting and all that stuff and out of their homes. So what's being modified here? I don't understand.
It's very little, if
Oh,
anything. Yeah.
okay.
So the existing project, the partnership between senior nutrition and behavioral health to reach homebound older adults in need of mental health services, was a project developed by the prior MHSA team. That team has since turned over in its entirety, as well as the collaborators that helped develop the project in senior nutrition. has had a full overlap or turnover of staffing. One unique thing about our innovation projects is because it has to go to the OAC for additional review and approval, there is not a lot of room to change the trajectory. And so we're bound by what is in the approved plan. And so the minor adaptations that we're looking to make haven't been fully realized because we haven't had the opportunity to meet with the new senior nutrition staff, not by any fault of theirs, just by capacity. But we have plans to do that before the summer so that we can figure out what from the plan can work into kind of the new team and the skills we have while staying in alignment with what's approved. We do have until the September 30th deadline. I did get confirmation directly from one of their commissioners that said, if we implement prior to that date, we then have the full 2 years to be able to realize that project. If we miss that mark for one reason or another, then that project is then canceled.
So this is really an urgent need to get this started with the right staffing and get it moving if we're going to be able to utilize those funds to the extent expected.
And we recognize that it is one of the top things for implementation that we are looking to do after we get through the development part of this plan.
Okay, thank you for that, because I just like, that is such a loved program, and I just want to make sure that it's intact. And so thank you for making sure that we understand how important it is to get something done by September.
Yeah, and that project again, it's been this perfect storm. It was planned before COVID.
Yes.
And then our predecessors in this in MHSA asked for an extension and got it. But with so many of the services being halted through COVID, it really challenged the ability to implement. And we're still seeing those challenges with other things we have within all of MHSA.
Very good. Thank you.
Next, please. Workforce education and training includes a WET coordinator, workforce development project, recruitment and retention project, and statewide WET planning and community needs assessment. The addition of the recruitment and retention project has been included to address the very real challenge that's created by the nationwide mental health staffing crisis. El Dorado County is not immune to the impacts of the decreased workforce, coupled with the dramatic increase in service requests. Next, please. Capital facilities and technology needs includes electronic health record project, telehealth project, integrated community-based wellness center project, and the behavioral health continuum infrastructure program. The county-wide clinic project is rooted in the need to more completely provide services to county residents in the more rural parts of the county. We will be working with library services and the hubs to develop a reservation system where behavioral health staff and current contract providers may utilize private spaces in the libraries to provide MHSA funded services, including private counseling, support groups, and classes. The next two slides are a snapshot of the revenue and expense projections currently in the fiscal year 23-24 MHSA plan. I'd like to reiterate that these are and always will be projections. Looking at these numbers alone only paints a portion of the picture of the MHSA budget as a whole. The revenue and expense report is another major part of the picture and is currently available through fiscal year 21-22. We continue to receive projections of increased revenues and have developed this plan to more completely expend those funds. We're also attentive to the unknown future of MHSA as conversations of reform are currently being discussed throughout the state. With all the potential expenditures included in the MHSA plan budget, the average actual expenditure percentage provides a 4-year historical average of actual spending per component, derived from an annual revenue and expense report. The percentage has no correlation to fund reversion, but is included to provide a more accurate representation of the budgeted fund balance at a fiscal year end, presented as the anticipated fund balance at the fiscal year end. This MHSA plan budget includes a 24% increase in total projected expenditures from the previous year. In order to more completely expend funds budgeted and draw down the current fund balance, staff have identified several strategies to increase the average actual expenditure percentage. This includes increasing annual allotments when supported by data, supporting vendors to fully utilize their increased annual allotments, restructuring projects that have been challenging to obtain a vendor, and the addition of new projects. These strategies are being applied to components that are currently expending funds in more than half of the time allowable by regulations before funds that are subject to reversion, and that is PEI, innovation, and WET.
So in comparing the revenue and expenditures, obviously it says after this 3-year period, we'd still have half of the funding available that's been identified for this period. Is that something that we typically look at? We're going to let half of it roll over, or do we have any goals to try to expend 80% of it or something rather? Because there's always going to be participatory consultants, contractors, whatever, that drop out. And so the expenditure part can be easily kind of offset in terms of actual numbers versus budgeted, because you can't get the resources one way or another. So I've always been of a mind, you're better off planning to expend more and recognize that there's always going to be that gap, 20% or whatever historically, to try to make sure that you come as close to the desired expenditure rate as you can. Because that's where you deliver services, right? By spending the resources.
So yes, we are looking at, and we added in that average actual expenditures this year, because we heard the feedback last year that just having in the MHSA budgeted amounts didn't paint the full picture.
Right.
It really only showed what's possible, but it's not showing what's actually going to happen. So looking at our historical data, that's what we want to look to increase. We want to increase that average actual expenditures so that we still plan big, still put more into the project and more opportunity to spend, but then at the same time, we're increasing what actually happens. So we don't have a specific number on that yet. I really am hoping to go through this next year, and then with the next annual update, then maybe we will have a better idea of what markers we can kind of put down for ourselves.
So would the board normally get an annual update on the progress? I guess that would come from the Behavioral Health Commission annual report. Is that where that we would expect to see that, or from staff?
Part of the MHSA regulations is it requires the 3-year plan that we're discussing today, and then subsequent annual updates.
Okay.
So you will receive 2 annual updates to this plan in the next 2 fiscal years that really allow us to each year reevaluate what's gone into the plan, what's changed in the community, where has the funding shifted, has there been major reform, and we now have to completely start from scratch and figure out where we go from there. So we do have that opportunity, and that gives our team some time to kind of mull over what's here and keep looking to the future.
That's great, because with Cal Ames new goals and everything, and where that's going to shift to, we've seen state programs come in, and after 6 months, they morphed to be something totally different because what they came up with just wasn't working or something of that type. So I appreciate the annual updates, because I think that is something to continue to track through the 3-year cycle.
And we go through the full community program planning process with each of those. It might look a little different when it comes to the implementation side of it, because we often will have 3-year contracts that continue through the course of the 3-year plan. And, some may shift after an annual update, some may not. But it really gives us, these years that we're not planning a new 3-year plan, I look at as our years to do more.
Right.
We're doing a lot of contract work right now as a team. Next year, we shouldn't have the extensive amount we have that we have now.
Right.
And so that's when we're going to be looking at what are these outcome measures that
you're past the planning. It's time for implementation. Go full bore, right? Get it out there. Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially as we get better clarity in what's coming down from the state and where we're at from a fiscal standpoint. But I will tell
Always to
you,
be
I will
regulated.
assure you, John, that also the Behavioral Health Commission is always very concerned to make sure we expend as much as possible to give our community access to services, as long as it's prudent and realistic. And so our staff works very closely with Commission to update them update us on that, making sure we are meeting our community's needs to the best extent possible while still having a fully funded plan that is sustainable, which is critical.
And sustainability is critical. So right now our CSS services are being spent in about 1.5 years, if not faster. And what I want to make sure we avoid is running up to a wall where we don't have enough funds, especially if projections aren't realized. I want to make sure as the steward of these funds that we don't run into a wall where we then have to look at our CSS options and pull back, continue to grow and build and not pull back if we don't have to. So that's where we do call out PEI, innovation, and WET as our primary areas where we're looking to make sure we are spending more completely. We are right now, especially in PEI, well within the time allotment before reversion is considered. We are not coming anywhere close to having funds at risk of reversion, even with spending even half of the funds allotted. But we want to be able to keep ourselves a little bit more in the comfort zone, especially knowing that there's regulation around how many years are allowable based on county size.
Yep. Good.
So our final steps, we do bring this plan to the board today for a review and direction of any additional updates you would like to see made. And then we'll be bringing it back before the board on June 20th, asking for approval of the plan after those adaptations are completed. After that, we will be continuing with our implementation. We are already working diligently on contract preparation to make sure we are poised and ready for implementation of, at the minimum, our existing contracts, to make sure that we do not see a lapse in service for those services already being provided, and otherwise continuing with an extensive number of contract developments across the full spectrum of MHSA. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Meredith, for the presentation.
I just have one conclusion. I know in the past, NAMI's been very, very supportive of trying to get the services out there. They've identified needs. We've looked at how do we change our programs to try to meet those needs. Did they have a strong voice in the preparation of this 3-year plan? I know our Behavioral Health Commission does, but they're kind of the voice at the ground level for me, because they know the parents, they know the people who are affected by these things. And when you hear those stories, it really resonates to the point of, we're not doing everything we need to do. How do we get there? Right. So
we were able to meet with NAMI. The way we strategize our community meetings this year, and we're kind of always looking for opportunities to expand, is we tapped into our service providers and our collaborators, of which NAMI has historically been one. And we said, we don't know everybody, but you do. Please host a meeting. We'll come, we'll present, we'll ask questions and solicit feedback. So we did have one of those meetings with NAMI. And we've had continued conversations with them. They were able to present before our Behavioral Health Commission about the Clubhouse El Dorado project.
Right.
We are very excited about that opportunity. And I can share that with our request for qualifications being completed on Friday, NAMI El Dorado has been selected as the contract provider for that project.
Good news.
Yeah.
excellent.
Congratulations.
Like
Wonderful.
that answer. I do. Yes. Good. All right.
So your final version will have the contracted providers. We had to wait until that RFQ was completed before it could be added. So you will see those vendors included in the next draft of the next final version of the plan that you will receive.
Great.
Excellent.
Any other supervisors have any questions or comments? Oh, yes, Supervisor Parlin.
Okay, so I'm back on slide 11. It's the capital facilities and technology. I'm not clear on, so it says it's a new project, is the countywide clinics. And you mentioned that it's gonna be in the libraries, is it gonna be with the hubs, supplementing the hubs? And why I'm asking specifically the subheading at the top to me is concerning, because it says MHSA no longer provides funding for CFTN. So that's like, okay, wait, but that's the funding page it's on. And then it says the county has been operating this project through the funds previously received and remaining, and then as well as transfers from CSS. So if we're going to be using up a fund balance, how is this going to be sustained? And how does it fit with the hubs and everything? Because there's a lot going on with hubs too.
Yes. So the answer, a couple different pieces to answer your question.
Yeah.
So CFTN and WET both do not have direct allocated funds from MHSA. We have the opportunity to transfer funds from CSS to support those programs, because the recognition, it didn't originally exist with MHSA, but the recognition of you have to have a workforce to be able to provide these services, and you have to have an infrastructure. Hence, WET and CFTN were created. And so there's regulations around how much can be transferred at each time. Both of those components have a 10-year spending limit currently. So we're right now actually looking to continue transferring the maximum amount to kind of set us up for some future infrastructure opportunities or items in WET that have been discussed in the plan. But we also, because the projections we have in here around revenue and expenditures is just that, a projection, we also have the opportunity mid-year, we reevaluate with our fiscal team. Are we in a position right now to need to transfer those funds to wet or CFTN? Do we have the trajectory with the projects described to need those funds in that component? And if not, we don't do the transfer. So we have some flexibility to move forward with those projects and make sure the funding is there, but not necessarily have to always push funds towards there. If we have $1 million integrated wellness center that we don't have a space for yet, we don't have to push $1 million to that project. So that's one part of the answer. Otherwise, when we look at sustainability, my brain goes to just the unknowns of the MHSA reform and where that may go. But for the current structure and how we're currently operating, the amount that we're looking to put towards this project really goes to being able to utilize the private spaces that currently are administered by hubs, and how that's going to work. You know, having a reservation system so our staff and their staff cannot have overlapping time allotments in the spaces. These are not spaces that are open to the public. They're utilized by the hubs. People can't just walk in when they want a private space. So we were in hearing from multiple providers, they're having space issues. They don't have a large enough building to support the needs coming towards them. They have trouble being able to get people to those outer reaches because there's, maybe it's not appropriate to provide services in somebody's home when they live in Georgetown. Providers may then look to other public avenues, but that's not the best choice when we're talking about private counseling sessions. So this was really the opportunity to look at how to better support that very real need that we are hearing. We also, very much enjoyed the collaboration with hubs in the past, but wanted to look at a way that it more completely supports MHSA funded programs and have that be just the very clear direction of this project.
Okay.
Are there any other follow-up questions there?
I think that helps a lot. And I just appreciate that clarification because in to and from today, I'm going to be reporting out from First Five meeting last night. I was in a meeting last night. And so the hubs are totally on my brain. And I think we all appreciate though, that model of taking our services out to the communities. It just really worked so well in our remote areas. And so I just wanted to make sure that I understood kind of how this was being implemented. And it says new project. So it's kind of like it is, but it isn't new. But it's adding.
This is completely different from the previous innovation project supporting hubs. So that was very much integrated with services and collaborative efforts between behavioral health and the hubs as they were kind of getting started. This is very focused on infrastructure. It's having a place to provide the services that are described in other projects of MHSA.
And innovation, you have to have a new project to fund. It can't be a continuation.
Continuation.
So
this is all about
creative and new
space.
stuff.
Yeah. Right.
So this is all about space, because Georgetown Library, we don't own that facility. So has that been considered then?
We've had preliminary conversations with library services. Of course, they've had a turnover at their director level. And, that was who we initiated the conversations with. They were, sat in meetings with First Five, EDCO, and library services that kind of helped inspire this project. And so we need to continue those. And, we unfortunately aren't able to really consider a July 1 to be able to implement this project because there are still quite a few details with kind of all the administrative stuff that will need to go into this.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. I have to take an emergency call. So I'm going to turn over my vice chair to finish any board comments and then public comment. I'll be back really shortly. So excuse me. Thank you.
Very good. So other board comments or questions? I guess I just have one more observation, and that is the CSS funds, which are using to fund the web project. Those are the ones that we're spending down the most in this next 3-year cycle. And I guess I'm always concerned that the way these get limited, yet it's the only source you can have to fulfill those particular aspects of the program. But it looks like at some point, hopefully that gets replenished to the extent that it's not a limitation.
Yeah, and you're not alone in that observation. A lot of my colleagues in other counties have the same challenge of how do you make sure the services are there, but also having the people to provide the services. And it's a delicate balancing act. I will say that with workforce and education, we are trying to tap into any and all external to MHSA funding opportunities we have along the lines of recruitment and retention. Some are viable, some are not for our county, but we're trying to make sure we not only are aware of as many as possible. We're connecting with, state agencies that are providing grants and other funding opportunities. But that we're also providing that information for our staff. We've developed a SharePoint site internally that staff can go to and see what opportunities are out there, so that they know, hey, by working for the county, here's some of the benefits that you can receive, and we're going to support you to do that.
Excellent. So seeing no other comments, Kim, would you open up for public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Must have some comments here. Dr. Clavier, take the walk.
I'm Dr. Clavier. I'm in my 10th year on the Mental Health Commission. I want to state, though, that what I'm presenting here are my own personal views, and I'm not here representing the commission. Well, I have a somewhat less rosy point of view in terms of our behavioral health department. In 2021, you hired a consultant, Nancy Callahan, who did an assessment and evaluation of the program. She found some 52 critical operational areas that were deficient in the program, 7 of which were absolute failures. So the program is really in a lot of trouble. I'd also like, back to what was mentioned before about the penetration rate. The penetration rate is also something else that Dr. Callahan provided. The latest data we have on that is from January of 23 of this year. The penetration rate, by the way, is kind of an industrial norm for measuring performance. It's used by the External Quality Review organization. It's used by the Triennial Annual Review. It's used by the California Mental Health Planning Council. So it's used as a performance measure. There's no scoring, and there's not, if you get a certain score, you're good and down. It's not like school grades or something like that. But because it's used in every single county, you can compare yourself to the norms and the averages of other counties in the state. And what we usually compare El Dorado is with a small county population. Our penetration rate as of last time was about, I know it's a very small number, 1.36 percentage points below the norm or the average for counties. But what does that mean in reality? 1.36% means of a 43,600 Medi-Cal recipients in the county, that's some 600 people in our county that are either underserved or not being served, that are being harmed and are suffering for not having or not receiving mental health services, over 600. So now I'd like you, if you could put up page 13, please. I want to draw your attention to this slide right here. If you look in the lower right-hand corner on your screens, that's the amount of MHSA funding that is going to be left over at the end of this fiscal year. That's over $16 million. And of that 16 million, the headings on the top there are wrong. The first column should be CSS and the second should be PEI. They should be reverted. But in CSS, over $10 million are reserved or left over, and that's the one that provides direct clinical services. That 16 million is 5 million more than last year, and the 10 million under CSS is 6 million. I just want to let you know what's going on.
Thank you, Dr. Clavier. Appreciate that. Other comments? Yes. Leo.
Hi. Leo Bennett, Coshan Shingle Springs. Great presentation. Look forward to early morning reading. These are anecdotes. And I'll tell you when it's specific to El Dorado. Some of them are, but I'm choosing not to, I'll tell you. So myself personally, I'm diagnosed with ongoing anxiety, depression, driven by empathy fatigue. My father was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And it was a front, if I'm saying it right, it was a difficult navigation of mental health. Fortunately, he was very compliant. And after we were able to straighten out, and he had VA benefits, but the county program, he begged us to get him out of it. It just was not up to par. My mother-in-law was diagnosed with schizophrenia and paranoia, was never compliant and challenged throughout her life. Moving on to another generation, my nephew, who's a veteran, just post-traumatic, never should have been assigned because he has too much empathy, in my opinion. The paramedic, there's a term for it, but just patching together blown up bodies. Ended up homeless, just so many different challenges. Anise sadly lost her life to suicide. As a teacher, I ended up working the last 3 years with students who are at home. And so many of them were at home with mental health challenges. So many of them driven by the digital world, and a lot of them charming, wonderful young ladies, but just so much anxiety and depression. And then one relative, and this was in this county, is struggling with psychotic breaks. It's funny, just trying to make it a little bit humorous. It seems to manifest differently in different cultures, and in our culture, it's all about vampires, the apocalypse. Others, it might be about dragons. We all have different stressors. I was surprised, not that surprised, but your PERT's not 24/7. I knew what was going to happen, front loaded, and ending on a high note. I cannot speak highly enough of both the sheriff response team, even though they weren't PERT. And I always felt maybe they should have a phone contact or something, but because we front loaded, and then also later on in the Placerville City Police, and also your PUF unit was wonderful, but it needs to be expanded. It didn't have the multi parts. So those are just anecdotes for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Come on forward. You gonna make us an offer, Peg? No.
Good afternoon, Peg Vanderkar from Placerville. I came today because I wanted to hear about the plan. I'm ignorant of what's been happening, but I wanted to speak a little bit to what I see as some future from what's been presented. I'm aware of what Clubhouse International is and does. I visited one in Concord, and I was very impressed. The other thing, a thing that goes along with my realization today, is I have a feeling that doesn't have evidence behind it, but that the wonderful new navigation center and shelter does the sheltering job that it's meant to do. But what I'm not hearing about is opportunities in the middle of the day to build community in the shelter, or with the shelter folks specifically. I've spent many years running the homeless, can't think of them.
Nomadic shelter.
Thank you, the nomadic shelter. Words don't reach me sometimes. And in nomadic shelter nights at churches, we had community. We had food, we had games, we were family, and we knew those people and they knew us, and we still know them. But I'm not sensing that that kind of thing is going on at the shelter. I may be wrong because I'm not working there, but I'm concerned that we do something tying together mental health services in the county with services for homeless and other people that are not quite homeless, that help build community, help them feel a part of the community and feel a value in the community, because that's how people do best, if they feel their lives are of value. So I'm cheering on the new things that are coming along, and I'm hoping they move forward, and I hope they spend all the money and overspend on these programs. And I know it's hard to get staff, and I know it's hard to get things going, staff and location and all these things. So thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Come on down, Diane.
Hi, Diane Rabinowitz, NAMI, El Dorado County. So I want to address the point that Peg made. I also feel that I'm not sure what's going on at the Navigation Center. I think it's great that we have it, and I don't have the kind of history that those two people back there have with advocating for it. But my vision of the clubhouse is that if people from the Navigation Center can be directed into services, those with mental health challenges, they will be eligible to come into the clubhouse and begin to help create that community that we're talking about. So also the penetration rate was mentioned. We don't know exactly where our people with mental illness who are not receiving services are, but we hope that with the kind of outreach and the marketing that we're going to be doing with the clubhouse, should all things go forward as we hope, that we can find those people and pull them out of dens and basements and get them engaged and begin to create more community. I was also I visited the clubhouse, the Putnam Clubhouse in Contra Costa County, and was just amazed at the capacity that these people are exhibiting once they're engaged in daily activities, pre-employment, regular tasks that they're responsible for, and responsibility for running the clubhouse itself. This program, you asked about data and how we're going to measure. So there are multiple measures available that we will replicate, like how to chart the progress of people. We expect obviously attendance at the clubhouse, but also diminished hospitalization, diminished law enforcement involvement, increased satisfaction in life, increased employment. The employment rate of members of Clubhouse is something like above 50%, and whereas people not in clubhouses have very low employment, maybe 15%. So we're going to be monitoring multiple measures to make sure that we are accountable for the funds we receive should all things be fair. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. Anyone else? Welcome back, Jonathan.
Good to see you, John. Good to see you all. Praise God. First, I want to again commend you on the bold step. It was overdue by many, many years, but of finally opening a navigation center for our 600 homeless. Just for metrics up front, 60 beds is only 10% of the last pit count or point in time count. 10% is not the Bernoulli principle or the some Italian guy's name, but the 2080 principle.
Pareto.
So we're only halfway to the 2080 principle with 10%. I want to commend Nicole and Meredith and Don for the great work that they're doing. But they need more help, and they need your encouragement with the metric that if we have 50% of the allocated funds unspent. Well, let me just state that my father was a national presidential economic advisor, so numbers run in my blood. But with $15 million having been unspent, what about another $1 million being funded into NAMI, another extra million of that being spent on the, gotta watch my time, on the other projects. I wrote down a number of things. We need 24-hour respite center for the police, not to bring them to jail. Now, some of the suicides this year could have been prevented if that had existed. And also the 2 overdoses that I dealt with just this last weekend. What's our number of overdoses and suicides? We need metrics on that. Care Court is wonderful. Please pursue it. We need your help to lead in the state. Mental health on the hot team. We need funding from that $15 million on the hot team for a mental health professional. The biggest mental health problem in the county is currently amongst the homeless. And amongst the homeless, we've got a wonderful chance to infiltrate the navigation center with the love of God and with activities. They could use more funding specifically because life change takes place in relationship. Peer support certifications. We need that funded double what it is right now because that has been proven to be effective. Recreation therapy, recreation specialists. We need to use some of that unused funding in that. Final thoughts. We need transportation to the clubhouse. We need funding for a van. Spend that money, cut it back to 15%, not 50% unused. God bless.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anyone else?
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
So Nicole or Meredith, do either of you want to respond to some of the questions were asked, particularly I think with the homeless shelter? Yeah.
Well, actually, I wanted to do something about the metrics.
Sure.
Because that was brought up, and
Sure.
specifically the penetration rate. I just want to be sure, and thank you, Dr. Clavier, you're absolutely right. So one of the things that's happening that he mentioned is that annually we have an external quality review that the state sends out a team to each county and reviews the mental health plan. And in that, we are measured for our penetration rate. And then we get data compared to like-sized counties statewide, and he's absolutely right in that. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that's based on Medi-Cal claims only.
Okay.
So you will only find that percentage in our system of care that have received Medi-Cal billed services. So you will not hear about anybody in the future that will go to the clubhouse because that's MHSA funded only. So if you have individuals going there, you know, you wouldn't see that in the data unless that individual also was in our specialty mental health services data. I think that's important. As always, our system behavior health is so complex, has so many pieces that just one data piece won't paint the whole picture. And so what we're really invested in making sure as we watch that, and I believe we will see a slow increase as the data is going to reflect 22. Then they can't hear that. Thank you. I believe that actually the penetration rate is increasing. The last data we were able to see is, I believe, fiscal year 2021. Oh, yeah, 2021. The state is always behind with that. So I think since then we will have seen a slight increase. And still keep in mind, as you look at that, it only reflects Medi-Cal individuals that received a Medi-Cal billed service. None in our PEI services, all those numbers of individuals that were addressed. And you won't see the just to make it more complicated, the managed care plan individuals. All those Medi-Cal beneficiaries in the county out of those 40,000 plus individuals that did get behavioral health services, but they got them through the managed care plan, wouldn't be reflected in that number, just as a background.
Thank you.
And I do have some context on several of the items, and I'll try to keep it brief. So comments around the navigation center. MHSA funds are not currently being used to support that county project. We do, however, have looked at the full system, and that has been one of my greatest goals of this year is look at everything, not just MHSA. We've redirected the funds that we received from the PATH grant, the projects to assist transition from homelessness, and we've reassessed where that could best be utilized in our county. And the navigation center is one of the main points for that. So it has a portion of MHSA fund being used towards that match, but the bulk of that is grant funding, federal grant funding that we're able to use towards that navigation center and some of the services that our behavioral health staff is able to provide there. As far as the, let me go with the PERT not being 24/7, we are looking at opportunities to bring 24/7 mobile crisis to this county. And there are a lot of steps that are being worked towards to get there. That's, again, looking to the future to be able to make sure we're providing just more and better and expanding on there. Let me see my other notes. So one thing I didn't mention in my presentation, it's kind of buried in the Suicide Prevention Stigma Reduction Project. We had included the suicide prevention plan that the Board of Supervisors previously adopted. I think it was July 19th last year. We embedded it into the MHSA project. and have solicited for vendors. And the Sierra and Child Family Services has been selected as the vendor for that. And we are so excited to be able to move forward with that so well-developed project that has just not been able to gain traction. And so that is one of our priority new projects, because we want to be able to utilize that to get the metrics. We want to be able to have better county-wide understanding of what is happening with this epidemic that is suicide prevention, suicide and overdoses. So we're really excited about some momentum there. And the last thing I'll say is with fund balance. So over the 20+ year history of MHSA, we started out with, I'll just say $1 million allotted to El Dorado County based on all the different factors that go into that money being decided upon by the state. And in the first year, what was typical for most counties was no funds were expended. And so it basically carried over, and maybe a little bit more than $1 million was then allotted, and projects started to roll through. And when we look at that full 20-year time span, looking at budgeted amounts, projected amounts in the MHSA plan, projected both funding and expenditures, and then actuals, there is a very real trend of the amount of funds expected as revenue matching the fund balance, because MHSA is built on a plan that hopes for a certain amount of funding. And so we are going into this next year with projections to tell us we may receive $8 million for CSS. And my personal life and my work life have a very hard time pushing well beyond spending when we don't know if we will actually receive it. MHSA has experienced a 30% loss in funding in a single year before. And if that could happen again, we want to make sure we're prepared for it. So for our fund balance to match the expected amount that we will receive, or close to it, that we will receive in the next fiscal year, our team feels very comfortable with being able to sustain our programming and make sure we're going into the next fiscal year prepared for a curveball out of left field. If we go beyond that kind of match between expected revenues and where our fund balance is sitting from the previous year, that's what we want to narrow. That's what we want to make a little smaller. We don't want to have 3-4 times the expected expended revenues in our fund balance. But having an equal match lets us sit way more comfortably with any unknowns that may come our way. So it's a very complicated. I have spent some lengthy nights trying to figure out how the system works. It is complex. And to know that we have 5 years to spend these funds, but we are being asked to spend more rapidly than even a year of current realized funds is very challenging from a fiscally prudent perspective. So I thank you for all the support I've received over this last year in trying to help provide better context for the board and our commission and our community around fund balance. We want to spend more completely, but with all of these other considerations in place. We're looking for opportunities to make sure we have the staff to be able to provide the services and expend more completely. But completely isn't having a zero fund balance. Completely is having a fund balance that also reflects what dynamic changes may happen to MHSA in the next year or 3.
I got a question. You were talking about none of that funds went to the people at the navigation center to help them. Why?
That has a different funding source. And one of the regulations in MHSA is it has to be the payer of last resort. So we're really looking at if there's other funding sources, then MHSA is not appropriate to fund that. We continue to look at as the navigation, rolls out and learning where the gaps are. We are considering and in conversations, and especially look to Nicole for some of that collaborative effort. Where could MHSA fill in those gaps? And those just haven't all been realized yet. So there's opportunity there that just hasn't been realized. And we hope to be able to do that through the.
Well, these people need help. Mm-hmm. And it's very critical, especially in our county. And to me, they've had 126 calls from the police department already, since the navigation center's been opened. A lot of it is drug overdose. A lot of it is mental. They need mental help. They really do. And the sheriff's responded 10 times, not including the library of 69, and on Brew Road, another 22 times. So these people need help, and we got to do everything we got. We got $13 million sitting aside. I wish we could take some of that and help these people, and it should have been done right away. I think that's my personal opinion, but anyway.
I hear you. And it's interesting being in my position and seeing MHSA and then expanding my knowledge for what else is going on. I'm trying to get on every single meeting I can about what is going on with the county that impacts how we develop this plan. MHSA, when it was created, was for voluntary services. There have since been some adaptations with our assisted outpatient treatment, diversion court, behavioral health court, care court that's coming soon, that shifts that narrative and looks at court-ordered services. But almost everything else you see, other than those ones that I just mentioned, are voluntary services. So if somebody does not choose to engage, then MHSA funding does not have that opportunity to support those individuals. And it is a very tenuous tightrope to walk. Does our program want to? Yes. Our providers and our staff are extremely passionate, but there are limitations put in place by MHSA and the regulations around it that limit how far we can go with it.
Let me ask just a little bit, because I don't want to leave Supervisor Turnbull with the feeling that there's no support services available to the Navigation Center. And I think, actually, I believe my HSSA partner is presenting about the Navigation Center next
week.
Tuesday.
Okay.
So HSSA is certainly serving and supporting the Navigation Center. Are there always lessons learned about, now that we have it up and running and, where can we look at how we can improve? That's a discussion I can assure you is happening every Monday at our executive team meeting for the HSSA directors and behavioral health specifically. Remember, today we're basically presenting the MHSA plan to you. So there's many, many other things that we do. HSSA behavioral health has actually been at the Navigation Center 1 day a week. And for those individuals that need our special ongoing treatment services, we're making connections and referrals of those individuals, both to our behavioral health substance use side of the house, as well as our specialty mental health services side of the house as well. So just for you to understand, there are services in place. Can we improve? No doubt about it. Are we still learning how to do this well? Absolutely.
So just because it's not in this plan doesn't mean they're not occurring.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Because this is really, this is the
Right,
MHSA
I just
plan.
wanted clarity.
Well, I
That's
think
all.
we certainly share your desire to make sure that the mental health needs of the folks in the NAV Center are met. And, we agree with you. And so look forward to that update next Tuesday.
Okay.
So this plan is so complex that,
It is.
yeah, it's,
There's different shades of money and you have to appropriate, and use them where they're most appropriate. But I do think we all have an interest in understanding what we're doing in the homeless shelter for the mental health situation. I know there's referrals to various, to Marshall Hospital, for instance, with their care program, I think it's called. So there's a few things going on there, but I think the board would appreciate a little bit more visibility of not necessarily what we're doing today, but what is our plan, say, over the next 6 months, because that's certainly an area of need. So,
yeah,
thank you.
so public comment is closed here.
Yes,
All right, great.
yep.
And I just appreciate, I think, to wrap this up, the highlights of the 3-year plan that, and as a behavioral health commissioner, we hear the and share the desire for increased levels of funding. I think this 3-year plan does acknowledge that, because there's 3 highlights. The first section is that we are funding additional levels of care. The Clubhouse of El Dorado, that is an example of that, as well as looking at different models of crisis residential, recognizing that we do need those stepped up levels. The second, what's the word? Focus is increased access to services, whether it's the community clinics, expanding the hubs opportunities as far as physical locations, the whole family wellness support, the 24 mobile crisis, which we're very excited to get that up and running in our county to see how that can help our first responders, our law enforcement, and meet the needs of the folks in crisis more efficiently, more quickly, where they are. And that's looking forward to looking at that, as well as this plan has increased efficiencies and capacities, whether it's recreational therapies or peer support to help our workforce. There's a lot of good additions to this plan that we'll just have to see how it plays out, monitor it carefully and adjust as the need may be. So, all right. Any additional final comments or questions?
No, I'm okay.
No, all right. So is this an action item then?
Looks
to-
like we're supposed to provide direction. I think maybe we just asked, did you get enough direction to understand where the board is coming from?
I definitely have some ideas that I'll bring back to our draft and kind of see where else we can increase, expand, adapt. Are there any specific directions that the board would like to provide today for projects or funding? I will acknowledge that through our contract negotiation process, we're looking at, what the provider has the capacity to provide, and we may see some changes in those budgetary numbers in the final version.
Let me start with my notes and then let me know if I have captured them. What I heard the board was concerned about is number one, concerned about meeting the senior nutrition deadline of September 30th. That program is important to the board. Number two, the board is concerned about setting up metrics to measure outcomes of new programs to make sure investments are made in the right places. And the board also voiced concern about, while it's not specifically in this plan, but concerned about expanded mental health services to support those at the Navigation Center.
Correct.
And how that might be accomplished. So did I
Yes,
did I
that's a good
capture
summary.
the main highlights? Just
Anything else?
Hubs.
just the
Hubs.
hubs.
I'm all about
Oh,
hubs.
yeah, oh, yes. Thank you. Yes.
So with the Navigation Center, I think Nicole mentioned it, but kind of to provide some clarity. Many of the people that are there are eligible for the services and therefore referred and then engage in our FSP level services. So there is a channel, there is a pathway. That's just not a standalone Navigation Center MHSA funded project.
Right.
And maybe Meredith, I don't know what the presentation is going to be like next week, but I think that if you can walk us, or whoever can walk us through, just
Yes.
these are the questions we're going to have. And we need to understand when somebody
Mhm.
gets entered in, what's the process, where are they going, how are their needs being met? Because we really don't know, we don't get to go there. And so whoever is giving that presentation, you're hearing it right here. That's the kind of stuff we want to know, because it all goes like this together, what you guys do and everything. So
We didn't currently have the plans for an additional MHSA presentation. Are you requesting that we develop something that's specific
just-
about?
no,
Just coordinate with the human services.
Timberland.
yeah. Is it James?
James.
Is coming to the board next Tuesday. We'll
Yeah.
do the Navigation
Okay.
Center presentation. I'll connect with her and share information that, you expressed today, questions or, interests of what to be highlighted.
Yeah, that's
So-
all we're asking. Not
Yeah,
traditional,
yeah.
not
No, no,
traditional
yeah.
presentation,
One time.
Meredith. Don't worry about
Just
that.
To put you to
all
more work.
together, all together. So sorry about that. I
That's
wasn't
okay.
clear enough.
Good.
Right.
And I think it's also helpful for the Behavioral Health Commission to understand that that is an additional concern for the board, just for food for thought.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, good. Any other?
Just thank you for a great presentation.
Yeah,
You
thank
were
you.
very
Thank
good
you.
at
I really appreciate
sharing the
your time.
information. There's a lot there, right?
There is.
Meredith
always
is
will
always a
be.
superstar with her
Yes.
presentations and the depth of her knowledge. So really appreciate it. So thank you for being with us. And thank you, Don and Nicole. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you being engaged in the discussion. It looks like here comes our 3 o'clock
Wait, do
wave.
we have a 3 o'clock?
Yeah, that's a wave, all right.
At 3:10, not too bad.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty well. Okay.
Man, they
So we'll
must have
get
been
just a few minutes to transition here.
sitting outside there, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, no problem. We're gonna encourage Leo to call in.
So Wendy, 7 o'clock tomorrow.
All right. We now move on to our 3 p.m. time allocation, which is a hearing from the Department of Transportation. Item number 23, Kim.
Item number 23 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution entitled Department of Transportation Fee Schedule and Policy and Procedures, thereby rescinding the prior resolution.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Thomas. Zach Oates with Department of Transportation.
I'm
again.
sorry, Supervisor Thomas, could you open the public hearing?
Oh, pardon me. Pardon me, Zach. I now open the public hearing. Now turn it over to you, Zach.
Very good, very good. So like I said, Zach Oates, Department of Transportation. We're here today to talk about the Department of Transportation's fee schedule update. This is a process that we do every 2 years. And the only changes that are reflected in the update this go around are a result of the updates to the auditor approved billing rates for fiscal year 2023, 2024. Those did result in 5 decreases or decreases to 5 separate fees dealing with encroachment permits and grading permits, and then 29 increases in other categories on the fee schedule. So with that being said, if approved today, the fees will go into effect 60 days from today, which is July 8th. And I'm happy to answer any questions. We have Laura Schwartz here from the CAO's office also to assist.
Excellent. Thank you. It's a fairly straightforward
Yes.
item. Is there any board comments or questions at this point?
I had just one, and that is in the last category, and you mentioned that the witness subpoena fee.
Yes.
Because the way I'm reading this is it sounds like it might be a time and materials, but it says $275 per day, comma, time and materials. So is the $275 per day a limit? Is that the way I read that? Or
Might
is
ask-
that a deposit?
Might ask Laura to
Because some of these are
chime in on that
deposits
one.
plus time and materials. I just didn't know what the
So that
275.
one's a little different. I believe that
Yeah.
it's also required by government code 68096.1.
Yep.
So my guess is that there are some requirements in the code that set that.
Okay, she's shaking her head yes, so.
Okay, good.
It's an upper limit. Is that what it is? $275 per day maximum, but we would bill time and materials if it's less than that? Okay, and no deposit required for that, right? That's because a lot of the other ones had a deposit and then you'd bill time and materials. So I just wanted to, because that was kind of a new category.
Sure.
Right? But otherwise, everything
The
else.
subpoena actually has to have
Everything else
the
doesn't
witness fee has to accompany the subpoena. So the party subpoenaing the county employee has to tender the witness fee as part of the subpoena itself. But as Laura notes, if the cost of the county based on staff time is something less than that tendered amount, that we would of course not accept the amount above the actual time.
Okay. Got it. Okay. That's kind of a nuance, but yeah. Interesting the way all this works. But I want to thank you for looking hard at the areas we can make reductions at. Every agency typically just raises fees, but when you've got the data and you do the analysis and says these 3 or 4 or 5 can come down, I appreciate that part of it. And I think the public does as well.
Yeah.
Very good.
So thank you, Zach.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Zach.
Zach.
All right, with that, we'll take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration and action.
Move to approve.
Second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, that was a record. Well, thank you all for being with us at the end of the day. Appreciate it very much.
It's nice having an easy one at the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you for that, Raphael. All right, with that, we are on to and froms. Who would like to
Okay.
start us off?
I'll go if you
All
want.
right,
I
Kurt,
got a
we'll start at
handful.
Supervisor
though.
Carlin and work down.
That's a lot going on this past week. Just to let you know, Supervisor Huddle and I had a check-in meeting with staff on Chili Bar. We're making progress still. That will be going on for a
As
while.
the ad hoc, yes. With staff, yes.
Yep, and making progress there. And then I had a meeting with staff regarding and I think I gave you guys a heads up before, the request for increasing the funding for our UCCE, University Cooperative Extension. So we're doing some follow-up discussions on that. And I think we'll be bringing an item to the board with the budget stuff, perhaps. Tiffany, is that about right? Probably. So just a heads up, so you guys know it's coming. And then Supervisor Turnbull and I had a meeting with El Dorado National Forest Supervisor Joe Stout, kind of following up on that conversation we had about forest management here. It was recommended and it went really well. I thought he was very approachable, really
He is. He's
appreciated.
wonderful.
Yeah, very, very engaged. And
He brings 20 years of knowledge from BLM, so.
it was
it's really
great. Good
yeah.
meeting. Really appreciated that. And then on Friday, we had an EDOK, El Dorado Opportunity Knocks Continuum of Care virtual meeting. I think the biggest item of interest was the housing vouchers that they have. We voted on reprioritizing, I think that's the word, how they're allocated based on need. So, and what we did is we were still looking at the priorities. So we allocated a certain amount, and then over the next month, I think the executive team is gonna be looking at it and bringing it back for recommendation, but the prior priorities weren't quite shaking out right. So we moved stuff around. I learned a lot that day, that's for sure. And then I just want to give you guys a heads up that I did have a meeting with our Georgetown Fire Chief, and he just wanted to let us know that the little fire districts up on the divide are all talking to each other about working together. Don't know where it's going to go, but they're just exploring things, which I think is really positive. And I think that honestly, the El Dorado County Fire and the Diamond Springs conversations has been a really good model for the other fire districts to see. So I was really encouraged that they're having conversations, because it's been a roadblock in the past. So
Good news.
it is good. Yes, that you would want to know. And then Supervisor Thomas and I met with a representative from Home Aid. It's the charitable arm of the Builders Industry Association, BIA. And basically they help organizations build transitional housing projects. And so, which we all have been hearing is kind of the next step that we need to help people exit from our navigation center. So we will be having follow-up meetings with staff, looking at next steps, and then ultimately there'll be something coming to the board. So I want to give you guys a heads up on that. It's very exciting to be working on the next steps. And then on yesterday, Supervisor Heidel and I, we had a meeting with representatives from Pioneer Energy and county staff. That's your thing. I'll let you talk about that. And then, sorry.
It's okay.
You know more about it than I do. And then yesterday evening, we had a first five meeting, and here's a very scripted message for you all. Ready? We revisited the Board of Supervisors discussion from last fall about incorporating the hub service delivery model as the gold standard of public service in our county. So we had this presentation last fall. So Supervisor Lane, you don't have the benefit of that, but I'm just giving you a heads up that we talked about the hubs as that gold standard of how we deliver services to the community. And the commission, the El Dorado First Five Commission, is interested in transitioning leadership of the hubs before June 30th of 2025, which sounds like it's far away, but it's not. So heads up. And they will be exploring, the commission will be exploring partnerships with the county agencies, and perhaps with the upcoming, or I guess it's actually happening right now, the HHSA reorganization. This might be a good time to think about how we might incorporate the hubs and navigators into our county services. So there's a lot going on there, and I just want to give everybody a heads up. And Tiffany, I was going to give you a heads up before I did this, but this is something that needs to be on our plate, big picture. So I'll be talking to you later about it. So lots going on, and I just didn't want anybody blindsided when I'm going to keep bringing this up in conversations, just like I did today, because it's really important, I think, that we continue that service and we figure out its sustainability. So that's it.
Sustainability has been the key that we need to.
Yeah, it is. Well, because once we have a successful program, we got to maintain it.
Right.
So, and I think our hubs have been that. I mean, it's been award winning and modeled in other counties. And
at
so,
one point, there was MHSA funding that went into supporting the hubs. It gave them kind of a
It
bootstrap
was that
into
innovation
operation.
piece that couldn't continue.
Couldn't
once-
continue.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's how those funds are used periodically.
So that's
to
why
just
this
bring us to a new
conversation,
level.
yeah.
Exactly. That's true. That's what they're for, and it worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's why we're talking about it now.
Good. Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Supervisor Garland. Appreciate it. Supervisor Turnbull, you ready?
Well, okay, go on, guys. Anyway, I had a meeting with a lot of the department heads this last week and stuff, and it went over real well, and then some of the concerns and stuff that's going on there. Also, we had a meeting with us, biomass, is basically I had Greg Stanton was in my office and stuff. We're talking about also implemented in when they build a new school in Grizzly Flat, we can have that where they can tap into that biomass in the future and stuff if we present and bring one up there. Also talking about the community center, so that'll be coming up on June 1st. It seems like it's really good. I'm getting all the stuff and together and stuff like that. all the people that are going to donate their time. And we have about almost $400,000 set aside to build that new community center, which is really, really good. So,
Wonderful.
yeah, and then we had a transit and transportation meeting, went over real well. And that was good. And then I had a call I had to cut Tiffany off yesterday because I had a call from Kevin Kiley's office. They're going to be speaking to the president here the end of this week or the first of next week. Had to send some more stuff to him. And he's going to be talking to the president. So pray that we get the individual assistance for the people in Grizzly Flat.
Great.
Okay.
Praying hard.
Yeah.
Thank you, George. All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so on Wednesday, the 3rd, El Dorado County Transit held a public outreach meeting to look at the short range transit planning. And so the following day on the 4th, that plan was kind of reviewed by the transit personnel and members of us who are on the transit board. And then, as George has mentioned, we had the transit and the county transportation meeting. And I don't know if you want to mention anything relative to SACOG and the involvement, the trip to green and stuff. I'll leave that up to you, Wendy, if you want to comment on that. And then yesterday was a busy day. The Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, JPA, held its quarterly meeting. And there was a very good discussion. And it turns out that the Placerville and Sacramento Railroad excursion train contract is up for renewal. That's been somewhat of a subjective, controversial, if you will, discussion in the past. There was a presentation made that some of our local representatives found offensive. And so as a result of those things and trying to get things back in balance, the chair, Sarah Aquino from the city of Folsom, decided to set up an ad hoc committee. So Sarah and I will be the 2 members on the ad hoc committee, Folsom and El Dorado County, working together. And we will have obviously public participation to talk about rails and trails and balance. And because as we experienced in El Dorado County, there's always that feeling that we'd like to have sole domain for just the pedestrian use or just the bicyclists. In the same way with the trails, we have to find a compatible way that both recreational enthusiasts of whatever kind it is get to make use of that trail to the maximum extent in a safe and compatible manner. So that's what we're going to be working on. We'll have to get the meeting scheduled and get it going. And then the Pioneer Community Energy meeting, we brought over 3 representatives from Pioneer to talk with our staff. And also from the city of Placerville, we had Pierre and David Yarborough there to talk about what their plans are, because all comes down to the potential to purchase compost credits from a company that's down in Southern California. It's called Greenleaf contract. But the time frame of that ends at the end of June. Basically, we can get in with some of the cities that have always committed. We get a lower rate if El Dorado County participates than if we don't. But that's only interesting. It's a couple bucks per ton. But Placer County has not made a decision on it either. So the 2 counties are kind of hung in the balance. A lot of the cities have decided. It sounds like Placerville is leaning towards just purchasing the credits. But we have, as a result of that, scheduled a June 20th presentation at 8 a.m. So we all need to adjust our calendars forward for that particular Board of Supervisors meeting. Because again, we have some supervisors that have other commitments, and we need to meet this June 30th kind of time frame. So
Bring your coffee.
bring your coffee. I did get a commitment that Pioneer will have their representatives here. We're expecting to see a staff presentation and recommendation, but we should have El Dorado disposal available, and obviously Pioneer to the extent that we may have to have them answer questions or something other to decide where we're going. But the bottom line of all that is, even if we decide to take the maximum credits we can from Greenleaf, we don't meet all the requirements we would have for El Dorado County. There's a cap based upon revenue sources at the county that determines how much you can buy outside credits. So we're going to need to develop a local program no matter what. But this buys us some time to work into that local program and coordinate it with El Dorado Disposal, maybe run a pilot. But the key to the whole success there to me is making sure the ag community is receptive of using that high nutrient level compost material. So we've been talking with various members. I reached out to Leanne yesterday. Mike Rinaldi had already talked with her. So we need to get the Ag Commission starting that discussion as well. But we would need some kind of an implied commitment that when we start bringing that compost into the county, that they will come and pick it up and use it, right? And honor that, because otherwise we're going to accumulate compost somewhere. It could be in our facilities, it could be over at the MRF, but they're probably going to have to pay rent space or something. I can't believe they're just going to give us space to pile up compost. So the fallout of SB 1383 never ends.
Never ends.
It's just more and more and more. So more to come on that. So, and then lastly, last night, George and I both attended the El Dorado Community Council meeting. Our Commission on Aging, I made a presentation. There were 3 different presenters associated with that, talking about their outreach program, what they're doing locally, our senior lunch program, senior nutrition program, and then also the Senior Legislative Council, what they've got very involved in to try to influence our legislators at the state level to sponsor bills that would support the needs of our seniors. So it seems like it's a really good program. We have a representative that's both an assembly member and a Senate member. So we have both spoken for within El Dorado County, and we're looking forward to hear more positive things in terms of legislators willing to sponsor those bills and get them approved and signed by the governor.
Great.
Because that's the way the seniors can influence the state legislature with their needs. And
And
so I think it's a
they've
great
done a
program.
great job. They really have.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
wonderful.
It's all good stuff.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Supervisor Lee.
I'm good. No report.
Did you
Didn't
get your
you
ad hoc
start
committee
your
set?
thing or anything? Nothing?
Your advisory
No,
committee.
what we're working on right now is the process because there's a lot of people that want to participate.
Yeah.
So we've started a list of names of people who have volunteered, but we're coming up with a process with some criteria so that we can be very thoughtful and careful about how we put that group together. So that's where we're at. Hopefully next week, I'll have answers for you.
Perfect. No, it's good to know that conversation led, you're working on it. It's awesome because
Yeah.
that
it's
was a
good.
big deal.
It is a good. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a big one.
Just at the beginning, I was just telling our interim CAO that I should take a picture of myself before this process.
Oh, yeah.
I suggest you don't, the before and after.
Yeah, before and after, yeah.
Well, Benji was laying a solid foundation. That's so important to get it started correctly. So we'll look forward to
And thank you to my colleagues. You know, that was, you can tell how passionate it is, how important it is, and to have your support, but more than your support, for all of you to really dig into the item also and understand it. It's to be commended. So thank you.
There's a lot of concerns up there and
We're
we're
a
there.
team.
We're here to
a team.
help.
We're a
We're a
team. We're
team.
one county. So
Yes.
yes,
Right.
thank you for that. Appreciate it. Speaking of that, I have an invitation for all of you. I know I've mentioned it before, but on June 16th, this SACOG is doing the Blueprint Workshop. And for those of you who don't know what the Blueprint Workshop is that it is a plan where they regionally plan transportation out to 2050. And it's vitally important because it drives funding plans, way out into the future. And it's so important that all of the member jurisdictions of SACOG 6-county region are involved in this process. And this is a half-day workshop, and it's down at the Folsom Community Center. And I will send links to you. But it starts at 8 o'clock with breakfast and networking. It's also a time to get background information on the materials to come up to speed. At 9 o'clock, there's a welcome and a state of the region address. At 9:40, we'll start conversation of getting us all thinking about what makes us hopeful for the future as we look at El Dorado County, the Sacramento region, our neighbor agencies, our neighbor regions. Where do we want to be, by 2050? And then this is the most important path. And it's looking at growth because the region is going to grow, like it or not, it's going to grow. But how do we do that? Do we want to focus on infill? And what does that look like? What does that look like in a rural region? What does that look like for our cities? Do we want to look at sprawling? And if we choose that pathway for growth, they'll be able to model what that will look like as far as using up our ag lands and our rural regions. Or do we want to choose a pathway where we focus on growing thoughtfully within our community regions? And they'll be able to then project out what that will look like. And as a region, decide a pathway. And so this Blueprint Workshop is specifically targeted for city, county staff, electeds. And the city, county staff are those that will be kind of building and planning, economic development, those responsible for carrying out the blueprint transportation. And so I reached out to our staff, and I really appreciate the CAO's office will be represented. I believe Kyle Zimmerman is going to be going. I will be going. And so I will send the link out for you to get a little more information. So like I said, it's a half day, it goes till noon, and it's very worthwhile. I think the last time I engaged in this was 15, 20 years ago. So it doesn't happen on every term. So it's an important process.
Before you leave that,
What's
Wendy,
that? Yes, absolutely.
County Council, can we all attend?
Oh, didn't think of
I
that.
just want to
Thank
make
you.
sure,
Oh,
before
didn't
we get
think
all
about that.
excited.
Thank you. Right.
I'll have to confirm. I think SACOG is structured as a joint powers authority.
Yes.
In which case, if they structure it as a noticed meeting of the JPA, then the board members could attend so long as you don't discuss among yourselves any business that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. But I will certainly look at that more closely and give you some guidance.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I believe they are going to be spreading people out in tables. So, but thank you for.
Yeah,
keeping
I just
us-
want to make sure
yeah,
before I show up, and then I'm like,
Great idea.
go
Yeah.
home.
Perfect. The next invitation I have for our community and all of you is on Wednesday, May 17th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. The El Dorado County Transportation Commission is going to be holding a public workshop on the Greater Placerville Wildfire Evacuation Preparedness Study. And the purpose of this, we got grant funding for that through the El Dorado County Transportation Commission to envision a fire adapted community. And what they're looking at specifically is in the event of a wildfire or any kind of crisis, what are our gaps in terms of infrastructure? And by identifying those, we can then build a more resilient community. It's much more involved than that. But there's all kinds of community partners that are a part of this plan. So once again, for the public especially, Wednesday, May 17th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. And that's at Building C in the Planning Commission hearing room. That's kind of a different public meeting place. So that will be very interesting.
I have a wildfire strategy workshop on May 17th from 1:30 to 3:30. Is that something different? EID headquarters?
Yes, yes, I think so.
Okay. Sounds like it's got the same title, but okay.
I
Just
have that
curious
on-
what it is.
I have that on mine too, John, and yeah, I think that's different.
Okay. We got multiple organizations doing these multiple things, maybe. Anyway, we'll check it out. But
All
okay.
right. Let's see, the other thing that was a privilege to be part of the HR Leadership Academy. We had a group of graduates graduate from that. It was last week, and from all different departments. And it was just a privilege to congratulate them, having gone through 5 weeks of management and supervisory training to get them to grow their careers here in El Dorado County. And I just really applaud our HR department for, growing our ingrown talent and giving them additional opportunities and knowledge. And it was really fun to see a bunch of people that we know and interface, in that leadership academy. So that was it. And our CAO was there also to hand out certificates and give some comments. And that was just really, really wonderful. I think that is the highlight of what I had today. So
I got to go back.
Sure.
I just want to say that I met with the new employees. So we had an orientation.
Oh, great.
Yesterday was really good, and I didn't bore them too much with my past,
What-
or my family history. She wasn't there.
Was Tiffany there?
wasn't
Oh, you
no.
can't report
I
on
wasn't-
you?
Joey was there.
I was there for the previous one. though.
Yeah, Joey was there this time.
Well, thank you for doing that, Supervisor
Yeah,
Sherman. That's
I
so
really
important.
enjoyed it. It's
Yeah.
kind of really neat meeting all the different employees and stuff.
Yeah,
that are-
and welcoming them.
Yeah,
right?
and welcoming me. It was really good.
It's a privilege to be
enjoyed
there
it.
on their
Yeah.
first day. And yeah,
Mhm.
I thank you for doing that. That's wonderful.
Welcome.
All right, our CAO.
I have nothing. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, it is 3:35 and we are adjourned. Hey, thank you
Wow.
all.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. We will see you next Tuesday. Tomorrow.